Chapter 315. Of course, battlefields of different races measured in light years can also withstand the expansion of 7th rank and even 8th rank evolvers. Boom boom boom. Lin Yuan slightly activated the power of the world and raised his right hand, striking a distant planet from afar. Boom boom boom. The immense power, traveling through the vacuum, propagated continuously, with space faintly warping. Soon, a planet millions of kilometers away exploded into countless fragments with a bang, shooting off in all directions. A casual strike can shatter a star. Continue reading on Embark. Free web novel. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face. Although 6th rank evolvers, known as fallen star warriors, could down stars, it would take their full strength and at least several strikes to penetrate a planet. As for turning a planet into countless fragments, it's estimated that only a 6th rank peak evolver could achieve that. Yet Lin Yuan did it with a casual strike, without even using an understanding of the rules, relying only on the enhancement of the world's power. The power of the world is too abnormal. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. The difference between having the power of the world's enhancement and not having it was stark. My inner world is currently only 10 li in size. The power of the world it has given rise to is this formidable. If it were to reach the standard of an 8th rank evolver, 100 li in size, wouldn't that be? Lin Yuan's expression was full of anticipation. Of course. Novel. Lin Yuan was also aware. Even if the inner world grew to 100 li wide, it would be hard to compete with a true 8th rank evolver. After all, 8th rank evolvers possess not just an inner world. The understanding of the rules by their physical soul and so on far surpasses that of 7th rank evolvers in every aspect. To step into the 8th rank, the first requirement is to open up an inner world, which I have already achieved, so there's no need to worry. Lin Yuan disconnected from the virtual world and returned to reality. Opening up an inner world in advance was immensely beneficial to Lin Yuan. Combat power was secondary. More importantly, by observing the operation of the inner world, Lin Yuan could achieve a deeper understanding of the rules. Although the inner world was far from comparable to the main world universe Starry Sky, even less to the 5 worlds that Lin Yuan had previously traveled through. But it was, after all, a complete world. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still alive. As for the second point, I need a sufficiently resolute spiritual will to face the heart demon tribulation when breaking through to the 8th rank. Lin Yuan fell into contemplation. Unlike strength, spiritual will is hard to measure. Maybe the spiritual will of some ordinary mortals is even stronger than that of 6th rank or 7th rank evolvers. Take it slow, there's no rush. Lin Yuan thought to himself. One method among many evolvers in the main world for strengthening their spiritual will was to live. Only by living through the long years, surviving thousands or even tens of thousands of years, experiencing various emotions, and witnessing the passing of close friends and loved ones right before one's eyes, etc. The spiritual will naturally grows slowly, finally reaching the level needed to withstand the heart demon tribulation. The time and years I've spent traveling through other worlds should also be tempering my spiritual will, right? Lin Yuan was in a good mood. At the frontier regions of human civilization, several terrifying wills penetrated through and descended. What's going on? Wasn't it said that Shursan Peak Master's talents were just stronger than the other Peak Masters? How has he stepped into the 7th rank in just a few years? Is this what you call slightly stronger? The leading consciousness let out a huge mental fluctuation and roared. Just spending less than 2 years to progress from the initial 6th rank to stepping into the 7th rank, such talent, if allowed to grow for hundreds or thousands of years, then what? If they had known about Shursan Peak Master's talent earlier, the several large clans would have tried to eliminate him at all costs, even if it required a great sacrifice. It's better to pay the price now. It's much better than paying the price on the battlefields against other races in the future. I'm not sure either. Who was it that determined Shursan Peak Master's talent back then? They must be severely punished. The second consciousness immediately spoke with a stern tone, as if determined to get to the bottom of it. Actually, it's not even the fault of the subordinates. Shursan Peak Master was too low profile. Except when he was about to break through the 6th rank, and began challenging the 5th rank evolvers of various star domains, who knew Shursan Peak Master's details. The 3rd consciousness couldn't help but interject. This was indeed the case. Brilliant evolvers like Wanyang Holy Sun had their information widely spread across many star domains. But what about Shursan Peak Master? It's pointless to talk about this now. What should we do? The 4th consciousness sent out mental fluctuations. What should we do? What can we do now? The first will that roared out spoke somewhat helplessly. Now that Peak Master Shursan had stepped into the 7th rank, trying to kill him with a curse was simply not realistic anymore. And even if they succeeded in cursing him to death, given the talent disclosed by Peak Master Shursan, it was estimated that a supreme being would immediately take action to resurrect him, without even having to wait. Indeed, there's no chance anymore. Peak Master Shursan is too cautious. After stepping into the 6th rank, he has always stayed on the Chikuan main star, never venturing out. Right. If he doesn't come out, what can we do? Several consciousnesses exchanged thoughts constantly, their tones filled with helplessness. Perhaps, thousands of years from now, in the battlefields we open up with the human race, a 2nd Chikuan Star Lord might emerge. By then, who knows how many of our people will die? The 1st consciousness fell silent for a moment. A 2nd Chikuan Star Lord? The rest of the consciousnesses shuddered at the thought. The Chikuan Star Lord, that was a nearly invincible existence among the 8th layer evolvers. Even in a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield, the Chikuan Star Lord was formidable enough to run rampant. As the bodily incarnation Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan, he was unbridled and had devoured countless other 8th layer evolvers of different species. Only the lofty 9th rank alien race could make the Chikuan Star Lord a little wary. On the Chikuan main star, Lin Yuan was about to continue his cultivation. Just then, the voice of the smart assistant suddenly rang out. Master, the Star Alliance Conference is about to convene. Do you wish to participate? The Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan was slightly startled. Information about the Star Alliance Conference flashed quickly through his mind. The Star Alliance Conference, also known as the Annan Star Alliance Conference. It was a grand event of the Annan Star Alliance, held once every century. The Annan Star Alliance is a massive alliance made up of hundreds of star domains. With complex internal relationships, the division of interests among many star domains could not be resolved in a short time. Therefore, the Star Alliance Conference was established. The purpose of the Star Alliance Conference was to resolve the many internal conflicts within the Annan Star Alliance. As for why the 3 goddesses did not intervene, they were absolutely just, but there were some issues that could not be resolved by justice alone and could provoke greater hidden dangers instead. Additionally, the Star Alliance Conference also made changes to all policies within the alliance to better suit the customs of its citizens. The Chikuan Star Domain was one of the powerful star domains within the Annan Star Alliance. Therefore, the smart assistant asked Lin Yuan if he wished to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. Of course, not just anyone could participate in the Star Alliance Conference. At such a level that related to the decision-making for a star domain, one had to be at least a 6th-level citizen to have the qualification and right to intervene. Not long ago, before Lin Yuan undertook his 5th passage, he had accumulated enough merits to ascend to a 6th-level citizen and casually had his citizen level raised to the 6th level. Now he had the qualifications to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. A 6th-level citizen merely met the threshold to participate in the Star Alliance Conference. They had the right to vote, whereas 7th-level citizens would automatically become members of Parliament of the Annan Star Alliance, with real decision-making power. The Star Alliance Conference? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He was not normally interested in such activities, but if it were not for the immense importance of the Star Alliance Conference, which could determine the situation and status of hundreds of star domains, and because Lin Yuan had reached the threshold for participation, the smart assistant probably wouldn't have reminded him specially. I understand. Lin Yuan nodded, dismissing the smart assistant. Should I attend or not? Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Forget it. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. No matter how important the Star Alliance Conference was, It held no meaning for him. He would be better off using that time to further understand the rules and perfect the 7th rank chapter of his Martial Path evolutionary path. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 316. No matter which world you're in, power is the foundation of everything. If the Star Alliance conference can't bring Lin Yuan substantial help, then there's no need to waste energy on it. Verb novel. Calm, should I still ask about it? Lin Yuan finished his training for the day and connected his consciousness to the virtual world. A personal space. A burly red-nosed old man sat leisurely at a dining table, occasionally lifting the wine jug in front of him to take a sip, his face full of enjoyment. Just then, Lin Yuan's figure appeared. "Ah, Shirsan, come over here. This wine is truly excellent, a rarity. Out there, I couldn't afford it. I can only enjoy it in the virtual world," the red-nosed elder immediately called out. "Shifeng, old brother, every time I see you, you're drinking." Lin Yuan walked over and sat opposite the red-nosed elder. The red-nosed elder, Shifeng, was a good friend Lin Yuan had made in the Founder's Circle, and he was also a founder of an evolution path. Since both were from the Anan Star Alliance, the red-nosed elder, Shifeng, would often pull Lin Yuan along to drink. Over time, the two became familiar with each other. Compared to Lin Yuan, Shifeng was much older, having lived for tens of thousands of years, and his citizen level had also reached level 6. Wine is such a wonderful thing. That feeling of being tipsy, the red-nosed elder, Shifeng, remarked nostalgically. With his strength, he could sober up with just a thought. But why should he? Wasn't it nice to indulge in the state of inebriation? Good wine. Lin Yuan picked up a cup and took a small taste before nodding slightly. In the virtual world, wine was a pure luxury. Many fine wines in reality had miraculous effects, such as improving the body, nourishing the soul, or healing injuries, among others. But in the virtual world, wine was left only with its taste. Precisely because of this, the wine in the virtual world was much cheaper than in reality. The wine Lin Yuan had just drunk, called dream wine, could purify one's soul. In the real world, a single cup would cost at least 1 billion civilization currency. But in the virtual world, it was merely 10 million per cup, 100 times cheaper. "Alright, Shirsan, you came to see me for something, didn't you?" After some casual conversation, Shifeng took the initiative to ask. Shirsan, that was the name Lin Yuan had given himself in the Founder's World. "I wanted to inquire about the Star Alliance conference," Lin Yuan asked directly. Although Lin Yuan wasn't particularly interested in such conferences, he still wanted to hear what Shifeng thought. "Your journey continues on as a fellow citizen of level 6, Shifeng, who had lived for tens of thousands of years, had much better connections and insight than Lin Yuan." The Star Alliance Conference? Oh, it's time for the Star Alliance Conference again. The red-nosed Shifeng suddenly realized. "Shifeng, old brother, do you think it's necessary to attend the Star Alliance Conference?" Lin Yuan shared his doubts. "Necessary to attend?" The red-nosed Shifeng instantly perked up. "Of course you should participate. Why pass up on a chance for free treasures?" Free? Lin Yuan was slightly puzzled. Could the Anan Star Alliance be so wealthy as to give treasures to every level 6 citizen that attended the conference? That's true. You're still young, Shirsan, only recently advanced to a level 6 citizen and not familiar with the rules here. A smile appeared on the face of the red-nosed Shifeng. The purpose of the Star Alliance Conference is to resolve many interstellar conflicts within the Alliance, but how are they resolved? For instance, who should own a rare resource planet that appears on the border of 2 star domains? Or, when the resources allocated by human civilization are only sufficient for 3-star domains, how should we choose? The red-nosed Shifeng said, clicking his tongue. Right, to whom should they go? Lin Yuan also became interested. Such questions were difficult to delineate clearly. Even if the 3 goddesses intervened, siding with one party would surely offend the other. Could it be that they would split the resource planet in half, giving each party an equal share? That's where we come in. The red-nosed Shi Feng smiled. At the Star Alliance conference, the issues between star domains are brought to the table, and ultimately, we vote to decide. The side with more votes wins. So that's how it is, Lin Yuan realized. Of course, issues that made it to the Star Alliance conference were usually those where both sides had equally valid arguments. Slightly clearer controversies would have already been adjudicated by the three goddesses. So, our voting rights as level 6 citizens are very precious, the red-nosed Shi Feng hinted. Precious? Lin Yuan looked towards the red-nosed Shi Feng. Because the two conflicting star domains will pay a huge price to curry favor with us, hoping we will cast our votes for them during the conference resolution, the red-nosed Shi Feng said. I see, Lin Yuan nodded. In simple terms, when facing issues even the three goddesses could not decide upon, or rather, no matter which side wins, it wouldn't affect the overall situation of human civilization, then it was left to the higher-level citizens to determine. The unsolvable conflicts between star domains are not many, and each Star Alliance conference has only about a dozen or so. Shi, as long as it doesn't involve your star domain, how we vote is up to us, isn't it? The red-nosed Shi Feng said with a grin. Quite interesting. Lin Yuan laughed as well. In fact, this was also a reflection of the special status of high-level citizens. Being part of the decision-making powers for hundreds of star domains. Besides, after every Star Alliance conference, we higher-level citizens will hold a few swap meets while we're still around, to exchange for the resources and treasures we need. The red-nosed Shi Feng continued. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 317. Although the Human Civilization Alliance has a dedicated marketplace app for selling all kinds of treasures, some rare and precious treasures are often in short supply, and these exchange meetings exist for such rare and valuable items. This is actually pretty good. Lin Yuan thought of the weapons and treasures of several different species he had acquired on the battlefields of different races, as well as the inheritance from the 8th layer evolutionist Oin. Many of them were items he didn't need. Selling them directly to human civilization would be too much of a loss. Instead, it would be possible to dispose of them through these exchange meetings. Are you now participating or not? Shi Feng asked. I'll participate, Lin Yuan nodded. The premise of his lack of interest in the Star Alliance conference was that it was unable to bring any benefit to himself. But now, after hearing Shi Feng's description, for 6th-level citizens like them, participating in the Star Alliance conference could be very profitable. Ah, Shi Feng laughed heartily. By the way, Shi, do you need me to introduce you to those star domains that need votes? Continue your adventure at Shi Feng inquired. If Lin Yuan had no star domains in mind to vote for, he could sell his vote at a high price to those star domains that needed it. Thanks a lot, Brother Shi Feng, Lin Yuan replied seriously upon hearing this. Arranging such connections was not something the ordinary evolver could accomplish. It required someone with extensive connections. No need to thank me, we are friends. Shi Feng waved his hand and then said, just wait for me a moment, Shi. After Shi Feng finished speaking, his figure disappeared from sight. He obviously went to make contact. Lin Yuan sat down and waited for a while. A moment later, Shi Feng reappeared. Besides, a young man also appeared beside him. This is Shi, you can discuss your star domain's matters directly with him, said Shi Feng casually. Mr. Shi, the young man gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and said, my name is Na Dan, from the Wangyue Starfield. This time, the conflict between our Wangyue Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star domain will be brought up at the Star Alliance conference. At that time, we hope that Mr. Shi will vote for our Wangyue Starfield. After speaking, the young man, Na Dan, respectfully placed a piece of white paper on the dining table. If Mr. Shi agrees, the resources of treasures listed above will be your reward. With a slight bow to Shi Feng, the young man, Na Dan, then stepped out of the personal space. TSK, Wangyue Starfield really has it tough. Less powerful than the Golden Dragon Star domain, they can only seek help like this, Shi Feng remarked with a bit of emotion. Some powerful star domains have nurtured many 6th-level citizens who naturally vote for their homelands during the Star Alliance Conference. On the contrary, weaker star domains with few 6th-level citizens can only pay a huge price to seek help from 6th-level citizens of other star domains. The three goddesses are aware of this situation, yet they do not stop it, with the goal of motivating the various star domains to cultivate more high-level citizens. Becoming a high-level citizen doesn't require one to pioneer an evolution path or to engage in research and invention only. Heading to the battlefields of different races and fighting with different species could also earn a lot of merit points. Let's take a look at the terms given by the Wang Yue starfield. Shi Feng glanced at the piece of white paper in front of Lin Yuan. Wang Yue starfield? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. If he remembered correctly, this should be the home star domain of the 8th-layer evolutionist Oyin, shouldn't it? Let me take a look. Lin Yuan picked up the white paper, sharing the view with Shi Feng. A 7th-rank soul defense treasure, Shi Feng was somewhat astonished. The first treasure listed on the white paper already had him intrigued. This was a soul defense treasure, essential for guarding the soul, coveted by evolvers from all evolution paths. A thought flickered in Lin Yuan's mind. Although he owned an 8th-rank soul defense treasure, that one was damaged and the time required for repairing it was unknown. In the meantime, using a 7th-rank soul defense treasure as a substitute would not be a problem. Lin Yuan wasn't worried about what to do with the 7th-rank soul defense treasure after the 8th-rank soul defense treasure was repaired. Treasures like these, which guard the soul, were never hard to dispose of. Lin Yuan could sell it at a premium whenever he wished. Lin Yuan's gaze moved away from the first line on the white paper. He looked at the second line. Fragment of Zhenmu, containing a great amount of life force, capable of remolding the flesh for a 7th-rank evolver once. Comparing to the 7th-rank soul defense treasure, the second item, the fragment of Zhenmu, was somewhat less impressive, especially for Lin Yuan, who possessed the blood rebirth divine skill. It's fairly superfluous. Yet just because Lin Yuan didn't need it didn't mean other evolvers wouldn't. It could be sold or traded for other items. Lin Yuan continued to look at the third line on the white paper. Aquamarine Vishuddha water can purify bodily impurities and consolidate the origin source of the flesh. The Wang Yue starfield is quite sincere. After looking at the three treasures, Lin Yuan nodded slightly. These three treasures were all desirable by 7th-rank evolvers, especially the first one. I agree to their terms? Lin Yuan looked toward Shi Feng with the red nose. Whether it was the Wang Yue starfield or the Golden Dragon star domain, neither had much to do with Lin Yuan. Voting for either side wouldn't impact Lin Yuan much. Don't rush. Let's first see what the Golden Dragon star domain's attitude is. Having said that, Shi Feng disappeared once again. When Shi Feng returned, a tall man dressed in a golden robe appeared beside him. Jin Tianzhao, that Wang Yue starfield offered a not insignificant price for Shi San's agreement. You'd have to up your game. Shi Feng reminded him. It was clear that the man in the golden robe, named Jin Tianzhao, came from the Golden Dragon star domain. Mr. Shi San? The man in the golden robe, Jin Tianzhao, scrutinized Lin Yuan carefully. Mr. Shi San, is this your first time attending the Star Alliance conference? Jin Tianzhao inquired. Indeed it is. Lin Yuan nodded. The Star Alliance conference was held once every 100 years, and for a 6th-level citizen, a century wasn't that long. Even if some weren't well acquainted, they more or less knew each other. Since that's the case, Mr. Shi San, do you know about the strength of my Golden Dragon star domain? Jin Tianzhao continued to ask. Upon his inquiry, Lin Yuan remained unperturbed. However, Shi Feng frowned. Jin Tianzhao, what do you mean by that? If you want Shi San to vote for the Golden Dragon star domain, then just present your offer, instead of beating around the bush with all that nonsense. Offer? Jin Tianzhao shook his head. I'm here only to meet Mr. Shi San and exchange a few words with him. Mr. Shi San, you have recently become a 6th-level citizen. You shouldn't make an enemy of my Golden Dragon star domain. Before Jin Tianzhao could finish, get lost. Shi Feng, full of impatience, kicked the other person out of the personal space. This Jin Tianzhao is too arrogant. Who is he threatening? Feng appeared somewhat agitated. I thought that the Wangyue star field would put some pressure on the Golden Dragon star domain, but they came straight with threats? No matter. Lin Yuan wasn't bothered. If an agreement couldn't be reached, then there was no need to negotiate. He'll go have a word with that Jin Tianzhao, see where he gets the guts from. Feng vanished once again. In another personal space, Feng glared at the man in the golden robe. What do you mean, Jin Tianzhao? San is a friend of mine. Even if you don't need San's vote, there's no need to put it that way. Feng's tone was dissatisfied. Feng, you should know, with the strength of my Golden Dragon star domain, even if the Wangyue star field went around seeking help everywhere, they can't beat us, Jin Tianzhao stated indifferently. This was the confidence of coming from a powerful star domain. The Golden Dragon star domain, with the 6th-level citizens it cultivated on its own, was the sum of several or even 10 star domains. Brother Feng, how long have you known San? You're this considerate of him already. You just like befriending those so-called friends? Jin Tianzhao shook his head as he spoke. So-called friends? Feng's expression turned peculiar. Although San just became a 6th-level citizen, he's definitely not over 1,000 years old. His future potential is limitless. Why else do you think I'd befriend him? Feng sighed. By treating San so disrespectfully, there's nothing I can do. But in a few thousand or tens of thousands of years, when San has grown stronger, I hope you can still act like you do today. A 6th-level citizen under 1,000 years old. Jin Tianzhao's expression shifted slightly, then he calmed down. So what? Is he going to become a 7th-level citizen in the future? Even if he becomes a 7th-level citizen, he's no threat to my Golden Dragon star domain. It's simply that, Jin Tianzhao said lightly, we stay out of each other's business, that's all. Stay out of each other's business? Feng gave Jin Tianzhao a glance before turning and leaving. Stay out of each other's business? Who is the insignificant well water, and who is the boundless river water? Heaven knows. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 318 Personal Space. Lin Yuan raised the glass on the table and took a casual sip. This Golden Dragon star domain is truly domineering, to actually threaten a 6th-level citizen? Lin Yuan put down the glass and shook his head slightly. But as 6th-level citizens, there are distinctions. Some evolvers became 6th-level citizens by slaying different species, earning a large number of merit points in the process. Others advanced to 6th-level citizenship through invention and research, breaking new ground in technological achievements. And there were evolvers like Lin Yuan who opened up an evolution path, ultimately advancing to 6th-level citizenship. Without a doubt, those who open up evolution paths are the rarest among 6th-level citizens. Lin Yuan and Feng belonged to this category, or rather, high-level citizens from the Founder's virtual world all fall into this group. But no matter how rare, they were still only 6th-level citizens. Within the Human Civilization Alliance, 6th-level citizens have a very high status, but unless they hold important positions, they don't have much power. Ordinary evolvers and citizens dare not show any disrespect when they meet a 6th-level citizen, but the Golden Dragon star domain is different. As one of the top 3 powerful star domains in the Anon Star Alliance, the Golden Dragon star domain does not need to please other 6th-level citizens as much as the Wangyue star field strives to do. After all, the Golden Dragon star domain itself has cultivated many 6th-level citizens and has numerous friends, such as the confidence of a powerful star domain. That's also true. After all, I have not revealed my other identities. In the eyes of Jin Tianzhao, I am just a newly promoted 6th-level citizen, likely to remain so for the rest of my life, so there's no need to take me too seriously, Lin Yuan thought to himself. A 6th-level citizen who wishes to advance to 7th-level citizenship needs 2 million merit points. Such a vast amount of merit points gives even the Golden Dragon star domain a headache, let alone a newly promoted 6th-level citizen. Nearly 99% of 6th-level citizens are unable to accumulate 2 million merit points in their lifetime. San. At this moment, Shi Feng returned and greeted Lin Yuan. That Jin Tianzhao, he's just like that, too proud, don't take it to heart, Shi Feng comforted. He only had a casual acquaintance with Jin Tianzhao. If it wasn't for the affair between the Wangyue Starfield and the Golden Dragon Star Domain, he wouldn't have invited Jin Tianzhao over. It's fine, Lin Yuan said with a smile. It didn't matter whether it was Jin Tianzhao or even the Golden Dragon Star Domain. At most, they would make empty threats. As for going further, they wouldn't dare. The three goddesses of the human alliance were not for show. Prohibiting escalation of internal conflicts was a red line. Besides, even if Jin Tianzhao wanted to do something, he did not know Lin Yuan's true identity. The identity that Lin Yuan showed to the outside world was, at most, that of a 6th-level citizen of the Anan Star Alliance, with good relations with Shi Feng, a member of the Founder's World. More than that, perhaps Shi Feng guessed that Lin Yuan was not very old, but that was all. But the Golden Dragon Star Domain is indeed powerful, having independently opened up 3 battlefields of different races, fighting against 3 species with the strength of a single domain, Shi Feng said in amazement. The Golden Dragon Star Master is indeed remarkable, Lin Yuan nodded. The might of the Golden Dragon Star Master was not inferior to that of Qikuan Star Lord, belonging to the level of invincible existence among 8th-layer evolvers. In the vast Anan Star Alliance with hundreds of star domains, there were more than 1,000 8th-layer evolvers, but only a few were on the same level as Qikuan Star Lord and Golden Dragon Star Master. With such a Star Master at its helm, the Golden Dragon Star Domain already possessed the strength to independently open up battlefields of different races. To the Golden Dragon Star Domain, these battlefields were a source of copious merit points as well as a training ground for their evolvers. Indeed, the Qikuan Star Domain had also independently opened up 4 battlefields of different races. However, the ones in the Qikuan Star Domain did not have permanent spatial rifts. Permanent spatial rifts can only be formed by the powers of a Supreme Being. The power of a Supreme Being referred to here does not require the Supreme Being to act personally. Supreme weapons can also achieve this, but the permanent spatial rifts they create are far smaller than those formed by a Supreme Being's direct intervention. Discover stories that even so, most battlefields of different races do not possess permanent spatial rifts. All right. Don't worry too much about Jin Tianzhao. With Shi San's talent, he'll have his comeuppance in the future, Shi Feng said, seemingly probing. Through his interactions with Lin Yuan, he felt that Lin Yuan must be quite young. He definitely would not exceed 1,000 years old. At such a young age to have advanced to 6th-level citizenship and to be a member of the Founder's World, clearly the evolution path he opened was no simple feat. You jest, Shi Feng. What means do I have to make the Golden Dragon Star Domain suffer? Lin Yuan said with a laugh. If Shi Feng had known Lin Yuan's real age in the main world was not yet 30, he would probably not probe but first make sure he wasn't dreaming. So now do I choose the Wangyue Starfield? Lin Yuan asked. Since the Golden Dragon Star Domain had no intention of compensating him, Lin Yuan's vote would naturally go to the Wangyue Starfield. After all, he was rather covetous of that 7th-rank soul defense treasure. It could be useful for a while. No rush, no rush. As 6th-level citizens, we only have 1 vote in each Star Alliance conference. Let's wait and see. As long as it doesn't concern our home star domain or any star domain with which we have a history, we'll support whoever offers the best price, Shi Feng said. Any issue brought up at the Star Alliance conference would be such that, regardless of which side triumphed, there would be no significant impact on the overall situation of human civilization. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 319. It was because of this that the 3 goddesses had entrusted decision-making power to higher-level citizens. It was also one of the hidden benefits belonging to higher-level citizens. Next, Shi Feng brought over 7 or 8 evolvers. They were representatives from various star domains of the Anan Star Alliance. These evolvers were quite courteous to Lin Yuan, as powerful star domains like the Golden Dragon Star Domain were rare. Furthermore, with proud individuals such as Jin Tianzhao, such people were even rarer. Generally speaking, everyone was quite polite to 6th-level citizens. Even if their negotiations did not succeed, there would be no threats. Because there was no point in it. How about it? Have you made your choice? Shi Feng looked at Lin Yuan with interest. He had already reached an agreement with a certain star domain. The offer from that star domain also satisfied Shi Feng. Now, he was mainly curious about Lin Yuan's choice. Let's go with Wang Yue's starfield. Lin Yuan thought for a moment and then spoke. The representatives from the other 7 or 8 star domains had conditions that matched those of Wang Yue's starfield. Logically speaking, Lin Yuan's choice of any one of them would have been similar. However, Lin Yuan did possess the legacy of 8th-layer evolutionist O-Yin, and Wang Yue's starfield was O-Yin's home star domain. In such a situation, with conditions being equal, Lin Yuan naturally leaned towards Wang Yue's starfield. Good. Shi Feng nodded. He immediately contacted the young man, Na Dan, from Wang Yue's starfield. A moment later, the young man, Na Dan, appeared in the personal space. Thank you, Mr. Shi, for your assistance. I represent Wang Yue's starfield, and we are immensely grateful. The young man, Na Dan, spoke with a slightly respectful tone. His offer was no different from several others, and Lin Yuan choosing him naturally warranted thanks. We each take what we need. Lin Yuan waved his hand and said casually. He was not helping Wang Yue's starfield for nothing. This is the password for Shuntong Group's Safebox. Mr. Shi only needs to log onto the Shuntong Group website, enter the Safebox service, and then he can access the reward. The young man, Na Dan, sent Lin Yuan a string of numbers. Shuntong Group, being the largest transport group in the Human Civilization Alliance, took privacy very seriously in their Safebox service. The young man, Na Dan, placed the treasure in a safe box of the Shuntong Group and then handed over the password to Lin Yuan. With the password, Lin Yuan could claim ownership of the rewards in the safe box, and then just have Shuntong Group deliver it. The entire process was such that neither party knew the other's location, the delivery location, and so on. In this respect, with Human Civilization's assurance, it was absolutely trustworthy. Even Chikuan Star Lords like 8th-layer invincible beings used the transport services of Shuntong Group. Good. Lin Yuan wrote down the password and nodded. Freewebble. Shi, about that soul defense treasure. If you ever decide not to keep it, you must tell me. I will buy it for the highest price. Shi Feng immediately said. He was also very eager to have that soul defense treasure, but alas, compared to another treasure, Shi Feng still chose the latter. Certainly. Lin Yuan nodded. The 7th-rank soul defense treasure was only for transition. Once Lin Yuan stepped into the 8th rank, or repaired that 8th-rank soul defense treasure, he naturally wouldn't need this 7th-rank soul defense treasure. Every time the Star Alliance Assembly convenes, we 6th-level citizens have only voting rights. As for actual decision-making, it's still those counselors, Shi Feng said with a sigh. The prerequisite for being a counselor in the Anon Star Alliance is being a 7th-level citizen. Although the difference is only 1 level between a 6th and 7th-level citizen, in terms of status and privileges, it's a qualitative change. Not a single 6th-level citizen does not yearn to become a 7th-level citizen, but mere yearning is useless. It also requires a tremendous amount of merit points to meet the requirements for promotion to a 7th-level citizen. 7th-level citizen. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. For a 6th-level citizen to be promoted to a 7th-level citizen, 2 million merit points are needed, akin to killing 2 8th-rank aliens on the battlefields of different species. The most crucial thing is, killing these 2 8th-rank aliens must be done by the original body. Avatar kills wouldn't possibly yield 1 million merit points. That is, only by completely killing 2 8th-rank aliens can one gain 2 million merit points. This is too difficult. Chikuan Star Lord had dominated the battlefields of different races, swallowing countless 8th-rank aliens in the guise of the Starry Sky Wanderer Kuan. However, most of those 8th-rank aliens were merely avatars. As for their true forms, they had long been hiding somewhere unknown. Find exclusive stories on Chikuan Main Star. Lin Yuan stepped out of the Grand Hall. Shortly after, a spaceship landed. From inside, a fiercely gazing staff member exited. Here are the items for your shipment. Please sign for them. This staff member, possessing at least the power of the 7th rank, was a high-star employee of Shuntong Group, specifically responsible for the transport of valuable items. Good. Lin Yuan nodded. The payment from Na Dan, a young man from the Wangyue Starfield, was transported through Shuntong Group. With the service standard of the safe deposit box business, it was quickly delivered. Drip, Lin Yuan confirmed his identity and smoothly accepted it. Serving you is an honor for us at Shuntong. The fiercely gazing staff member gave a slight bow to Lin Yuan and then returned to the spaceship. In the depths of the Grand Hall, Lin Yuan began to examine the treasures. The first was that 7th rank soul defense treasure. It was a palm-sized jade pendant, exhibiting a faint pink color. After Lin Yuan refined it, the jade pendant transformed into flowing light, entered his sea of consciousness, and guarded his soul. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. Although he was deep in Qikuan Main Star, where he presumably wouldn't encounter any dangers, having such a treasure was better than none, especially since this soul defense treasure was not purchased by Lin Yuan himself. It was an unexpected gain. Jianmu fragment. Lin Yuan took out the second treasure. It was a piece of tree fragment, its surface subtly charred black. Merely by looking at it, Lin Yuan felt, deep in the cosmic starry skies, a colossal divine tree supporting the heavens and the earth was slightly swaying. Is that Jianmu? Lin Yuan closed his eyes and felt slightly amazed in his heart. Jianmu was a dominator-level powerhouse deep in the cosmos, belonging to plant life. Its mere size spanned beyond 10 light-years, indeed a colossal entity. Even the Qikuan Star Lord dared not approach the true form of Jianmu. As for this fragment of Jianmu, it came from a thunder tribulation that Jianmu underwent every 100,000 years, fragments that were shattered during the tribulation. Heavenly azure water. Lin Yuan turned to the third treasure. This water could purify impurities in the flesh and solidify the origin of the flesh, useful for any evolver. Let's try it. Lin Yuan absorbed a drop of heavenly azure water. Immediately, he felt a special power begin to spread to his limbs. Truly marvelous. A smile appeared on Lin Yuan's face as he keenly felt its effects. Golden Dragon Star Domain. On a pure gold-colored planet. Jin Tianzhao, dressed in a golden robe, hesitated for a moment before deciding to see his teacher. Tianzhao, what is it? The Golden Dragon Star Master's eyes shone gold, his presence majestic as if transcending the cosmic starry skies. Teacher, a few days ago, due to the matters of the Star Alliance Conference, I threatened a 7th-level citizen who supported the Wangyue Starfield a few times. Jin Tianzhao spoke truthfully. If Lin Yuan were just an ordinary 7th-level citizen, he wouldn't care much. But that comment from Shifeng, about Lin Yuan's true age possibly being less than 1,000 years, had unsettled Jin Tianzhao. A 7th-level citizen under 1,000 years old possessed not insignificant potential, and he must inform his teacher. The one known as Shifeng, that 7th-level citizen. The Golden Dragon Star Master looked down at Jin Tianzhao. Almost without needing to think, he could deduce that Shifeng was an alias. The true identity of that 7th-level citizen, apart from 3 goddesses, probably nobody knew. Don't worry. The Golden Dragon Star Master spoke calmly. Even if he can become an 8th-layer citizen, that will be a matter for the distant future. For now, focus on the current matters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 320, Battlefield C24763 Alien Battlefield. Not far from the permanent spatial rift, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged, occasionally closing his eyes in deep thought, occasionally looking up at the more than 10-meter-long spatial rift. Space is everything. All things are nurtured, they need space. All things grow, they need space. All things wither, they also need space. Lin Yuan pondered this in his heart. Since the breakthrough in comprehending 965 basic spatial models, Lin Yuan had begun to sense the deeper essence of space rules. With his against heavens understanding and the spatial fluctuations emanating from the nearby eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan's perception of space rules was growing every day. 7,782 core spatial models. Lin Yuan frowned after having comprehended the basic spatial models. What he was contemplating next were the core spatial models. If the 965 basic spatial models are just the surface layer of space rules, belonging to the introductory level, then the 7,782 spatial models are the core of space rules. And each of these 7,782 spatial models has many aspects, like blind men touching an elephant. Different evolvers will have different insights. This was also why Chikuan Star-Lord was unwilling to demonstrate the core spatial models to Lin Yuan. What Chikuan Star-Lord demonstrated were only his understanding of the spatial models, and if Lin Yuan followed that, it would only hold him back. Of course, Chikuan Star-Lord's considerations were based on Lin Yuan's terrifying talent and aptitude. Explore more at if it were one of the other 12 disciples, Chikuan Star-Lord wouldn't mind demonstrating the core spatial models. From comprehending the basic spatial models until now, it's already been 1 or 2 months, and in all this time, I haven't even understood one core spatial model. Lin Yuan sighed inwardly. If other evolvers knew that Lin Yuan planned to understand a core spatial model in 1 or 2 months, they would probably be so frustrated they'd cough up blood. Each of the 7,782 core spatial models is profound and broad, sufficient for an ordinary 7th rank evolver to contemplate for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. You plan to understand one in 1 or 2 months. Even an 8th layer evolver like Chikuan Star-Lord, with an unimaginable talent in the field of space rules, would need to invest a considerable amount of effort to understand one core spatial model. Particularly as one approaches the later models, the core spatial models become more obscure and difficult to comprehend, and a single bottleneck could easily stall progress for hundreds or thousands of years. Take it slow. I'm not in a hurry. Lin Yuan gathered his thoughts. What he had in abundance was time. With the door to the myriad realms' ability to travel through, his actual lifespan is far longer than that of other evolvers of the same rank. Although traversing worlds and comprehending the space rules was not as fast as observing the eternal spatial rift directly at this moment, with his against heavens understanding, it was merely a matter of spending more time. I feel that, as I contemplate the core spatial models, is my inner world slowly expanding? Lin Yuan mused privately. The inner world was based entirely on Lin Yuan. The higher Lin Yuan's realm, the deeper his understanding of space, naturally allowing its scope to expand and extend continuously. If I could comprehend all 7,782 core spatial models, wouldn't the size of my inner world be incalculable? Lin Yuan looked forward with anticipation. The larger the inner world, the more world force it can mobilize. If Lin Yuan's inner world reached tens of thousands of miles in size, he would be able to overwhelm ordinary 8th rank evolvers just with the force of his world. Forget it. Comprehending the 7,782 core spatial models is too far off for me. Let's first thoroughly understand the first one. Lin Yuan steadied his mind and continued his contemplation. The Taiyin primordial spirit contemplating space rules could synchronize with the true self there, with shared consciousness and mutual enlightenment between the two primordial spirits and the true self. However, after contemplating for a while, Lin Yuan glanced around. Why are there fewer and fewer different species around? Lin Yuan felt somewhat puzzled. Near the permanent spatial rift, not only were human race evolvers stationed for contemplation, but strong members of the Heiyuan clan would also come. Both clans were eager to contemplate in front of the permanent spatial rift, as it truly could enhance the efficiency and speed of their insight. It was for this reason that the area near the permanent spatial rift had become a ceasefire zone for both clans. It was an unspoken rule not to engage in combat. Otherwise, if you strike once and I retaliate twice, would anyone still be able to contemplate? Could something major have happened? Lin Yuan had an uneasy premonition, but at this moment, what he had here was just one primordial spirit. Even if it perished, the loss for him would not be unacceptable. The main world is not like the traversing worlds. Losing one primordial spirit would require Lin Yuan to expend a lot of time or origin source to condense it anew. In the main world, many cosmic wonders and treasures can replace one's origin source, allowing him to condense 2 primordial spirits in a few breaths. On the other side of the battlefield, this place was teeming with strong members of the Heiyuan clan. What's the situation now? The leader was a man with a single horn on his forehead. His body was coursing with pitch-black thunder, and even a trace of his emitted aura was enough to make an ordinary 6th rank shiver. No change. Human civilization doesn't know the plans of our Heiyuan clan. Even if they guess some of it, they'll only think that we want to intensify the war effort. Little do they know that this time our Heiyuan clan will invest the strength of an entire clan. A stout Heiyuan clan strongman next to him said in a low voice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 321. My lord, if we are not careful in this decisive battle with human civilization, our clan will fall into an abyss. Another Heiyuan clan strong one spoke hesitantly, unable to refrain from speaking out. As one of the strongest peak clans in the cosmic starry sky, were it not for being restrained by a large alliance of several other peak clans, the Heiyuan clan would have been flattened countless times already. Even so, it was not that human civilization couldn't annihilate the Heiyuan clan. They simply didn't want to pay the price. So, now that the Heiyuan clan had recklessly initiated a decisive battle, even if they wiped out the human civilization's evolvers in this battlefield, what then? Could it be that the entirety of human civilization would be unable to recover from this? This would only provoke the madness of human civilization's retaliation. This is an order from the insect race. The unicorn man went silent for a moment, then slowly began to speak. The insect race? The short and sturdy Heiyuan clan strong one was taken aback, his face turning very ugly. This was much more serious than the Heiyuan clan initiating a decisive battle on their own. Was the insect race ordering them to engage in a great decisive battle with human civilization at the level of peak clan civilizations? What about the other several peak clans? Would they also be involved in it? If it were a great decisive battle between several peak clans, there would inevitably be the presence of supreme beings taking action, and that would be a war that would shake the entire cosmic starry skies. Even a powerful clan like the Heiyuan clan might not be able to preserve itself under such intense war. At this point, our clan has no other choice. The unicorn man spoke with a detached tone. In the cosmic starry skies of 10,000 races, they are but puppets held by strings by those few peak clans. If his Heiyuan clan dared to defy the order of the insect race, they wouldn't need human civilization to make a move. The insect race would completely deal with them. Shueyo, you've stepped into the 8th layer for many years, and this time you will hold your position outside the southeastern area of the battlefield. Any human evolvers who escape shall be killed without mercy, the unicorn man commanded. Yes. The short and sturdy Heiyuan clan strong one nodded. He really didn't want to engage in an excessively intense war with human civilization, because there was no benefit in doing so. As for those spoils of war and the like, compared to the retaliation of human civilization, what are they? But this was an order from the insect race. Furthermore, the unicorn man continued to make arrangements, making Heiyuan clan strong ones lie in ambush in the surroundings outside the battlefield to prevent the human civilization evolvers from escaping. Finally, I will lead a large group of Heiyuan clan strong ones on the battlefield to cleanse the human civilization's evolvers. The unicorn man looked towards the many Heiyuan clan strong ones. You all go to your designated positions. Yes. 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 Soon, a small part of Heiyuan clan strong ones rapidly disappeared. Suspended mountain range. This place served as one of human civilization's bases on the battlefield. At this moment, a 7th rank monarch evolver stood at the top of the mountain range, gazing afar towards the central battlefield. Alien numbers are changing, a large number of different species strong ones are returning. This 7th-rank monarch, the highest commander of human civilization in this battlefield of different races, frowned at this moment. What exactly does this group from the Heiyuan clan want to do? The 7th-rank monarch named Zhou Shi was somewhat undecided. Don't engage with the Heiyuan clan as much as possible in the near future. The 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, thought to himself, planning to respond to every change with constancy. Suddenly, the 7th-rank monarch, Zhou Shi, seemed to sense something and quickly connected his consciousness to the virtual world. In most areas of the battlefield of different races, human evolvers were unable to connect to the three goddesses and the virtual world. However, in the bases of human civilization, there were no such restrictions, and connections could be made at any time. A moment later, Furbnov, calm Zhou Shi disconnected from the virtual world, his expression extremely somber. These Heiyuan clan members dare to do this? Is the insect race intending to launch a decisive battle against our human race? Zhou Shi's thoughts surged, as the goddess of freedom had informed him that the Heiyuan clan might soon commit their entire clan's strength to cleanse the human civilization evolvers on the battlefield. As for the source of the message, it was the top fortune-telling master of human civilization who, through information derived from millions of battlefields of different races, drew this conclusion. The peak insect race would, for some unspeakable reason, order all clans under their command to launch a cleansing against human civilization's evolvers in the battlefields of different races at all costs. Commit their entire clan's strength. The 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi took a deep breath. Although the Heiyuan clan were but a powerful clan, they also had many strong ones in the 8th layer and even had quite a few beings exceeding the 8th layer. If the Heiyuan clan committed their entire clan's strength, the human civilization evolvers on this battlefield would have no capacity to resist. We can only flee. The 7th-rank monarch Zhou Shi thought to himself quietly. This was also the advice given by the goddess of freedom. Before the Heiyuan clan could react, all human civilization evolvers should flee in different directions. Doing so would increase the survival rate greatly due to the wide area spread. According to the deductions of the goddess of freedom, 8 or 9 out of 10 human civilization evolvers would survive. Not far from the eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan had just started to comprehend for a short while when he heard the armored man's message transmission. "Brother, come back quickly, there's something important to discuss." The armored man advised Lin Yuan to walk out as calmly as possible and try not to attract the attention of other alien races. Something important? Lin Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he stood up and left. Whoosh! Through the teleportation area, Lin Yuan returned to the suspended mountain range. Lin Yuan looked around and noticed that a large number of evolvers had already arrived. It must be something major, Lin Yuan realized in his heart. Everyone! The battlefield commander, Zhou Shi, suddenly appeared and looked towards the many evolvers, speaking, "The Heiyuan clan." Zhou Shi briefly recounted the Heiyuan clan's schemes, leaving the vast majority of evolvers on the field filled with anger and shock. What was this? To mobilize more than 10 8th-layer evolvers for a purge in a minor battlefield? But don't worry, everyone. Continued Zhou Shi, the battlefield commander. The schemes of the Heiyuan clan, or the insect race, have been foreseen in advance by the great diviners of our human civilization. With us having the upper hand against the unprepared, as long as we escape quickly, we should have an 80 to 90% chance of survival, Zhou Shi said. For secret cleansing acts like those of the Heiyuan clan, maintaining secrecy is the most crucial aspect. By taking advantage of the fact that human civilization had not yet reacted, they could mobilize a large number of strong ones and blockade the surroundings of the battlefield. At that time, all human evolvers would be like fish on a chopping board, completely at the mercy of others. But now, it had been found out by human civilization in advance. What's more important, the Heiyuan clan was unaware that human civilization had already caught on. Caught off guard, the strong ones of the Heiyuan clan would not be able to seal off such a vast area around the battlefield. So, according to the calculations of the goddess of freedom, 80 to 90% of human civilization's evolvers would survive. In a moment, I will activate this mountain range and smash it towards the direction of the Heiyuan clan while you all take that opportunity to escape in any direction you choose. Remember, you must run with all your might, stated Zhou Shi, the 7th rank monarch, seriously. His true body was elsewhere, so he was not afraid of falling and was willing to stay behind to buy time for the other evolvers. What kind of madness has the Heiyuan clan succumbed to? Lin Yuan listened for a while at the bottom and quickly thought to himself. Was the Heiyuan clan not afraid of human civilization seeking retribution afterward? Lin Yuan glanced around and noticed that most evolvers were engaged in discussions, seemingly believing that the Heiyuan clan had gone mad. I should escape too, Lin Yuan sighed. Even though the fall of the Taiyin primordial spirit wasn't an unbearable loss, it was still better to avoid falling if possible. Yonin brother. At that moment, the armored man approached. Do you want to stick together later? If you follow me, you'll definitely be safe, the armored man patted his chest, enthusiastically suggesting. No need, Lin Yuan shook his head. Being a primordial spirit body, he was not limited by a physical body. When he exerted his full power, his speed might even reach the level of an 8th layer evolver. Don't be shy, the armored man, thinking Lin Yuan was just being modest, spoke carelessly. Suddenly, the suspended mountain range beneath them trembled violently. Everyone flee immediately, commanded the battlefield leader, Zhou Shi, his voice echoing in everyone's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Experienced tales at all barriers of the suspended mountain range disappeared. Any evolver could freely enter and leave this place. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without a second thought, numerous evolvers began to flee in every direction. The armored man turned to look for Lin Yuan, only to see Lin Yuan's figure turn into a meteor, instantly crossing 100 miles and vanishing from the armored man's sensory range. So fast. The armored man watched in astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 322. On the other side of the battlefield, a monocled man from the Heiyuan clan watched intently. He had already commanded many Heiyuan clan powerhouses to blockade every sector of the battlefields of different races. Once the blockade was complete, the entire battlefield would become a prison. By then, he would personally take action and cleanse all of human civilization's evolvers. Suddenly, in the distance, the suspended mountain range that served as the base for human civilization's evolvers quickly rose into the air. It charged toward the side of the Heiyuan clan. The monocled man's expression changed slightly. The suspended mountain range was the base of human civilization on this battlefield. It was also a weapon that could transform into a war fortress when necessary. But clearly, now was not the time for that. What is that? The monocled man immediately noticed that with the collision of the suspended mountain range, explore more at countless evolvers of human civilization started fleeing frantically in all directions using various means. Damn! The pitch-black thunder that flowed over the monocled man's body suddenly began to boil. Clearly, the plans of his Heiyuan clan, or perhaps the insect race, had been leaked. Otherwise, these human evolvers would not have started fleeing outright. Die! The monocled man took a step forward. All around him, within 1,000,000 miles, pitch-black thunder filled the space. Hiss! The monocled man raised his right hand and pressed it toward the oncoming suspended mountain range. Merely ants. The monocled man's gaze was cold, and in an instant, the suspended mountain range, which had become a war fortress, began to crumble rapidly. Ha! Children of the Heiyuan clan, I hope you can struggle to survive beneath the wrath of my human civilization. Inside the suspended mountain range, 7th rank monarch Zhou Shi burst into mad laughter, then crumbled along with the suspended mountain range. The suspended mountain range was too large, and as a war fortress, its target was too apparent. It could only be left behind to attempt to cover the retreat, delaying the Heiyuan clan. But obviously, the monocled man's strength was too terrifying. Almost reaching the peak of the 8th layer, he crushed the suspended mountain range directly. They've all escaped? The monocled man looked toward the countless human evolvers fleeing in all directions. Being of high realm, the monocled man had long grasped the instantaneous movement spatial model in the core space model. But in the battlefields of different races, spatial fluctuations were significant. Whether it was wormhole shuttling or spatial teleportation, they both were likely to result in large errors or even getting lost in the depths of space. Therefore, the monocled man could only rely on flight to give chase, but the directions in which the numerous human evolvers fled were all different, every which way, up and down, left and right. Even if the monocled man truly pursued them, if he caught one and then returned, the other evolvers would have already run far away. Once the evolvers left the range of the battlefield, they could manipulate spaceships for wormhole shuttling. At that time, the Heiyuan clan would no longer have the ability to pursue and kill. This was precisely why the Goddess of Freedom made the decision to have the human evolvers escape, because this could allow 8 or 9 out of 10 human evolvers to survive. As for the loss of many resources on the battlefield, it didn't count for much. Chikuan Main Star. Deep within the 13 Peaks Great Hall, Lin Yuan sat cross-legged. The Heiyuan clan. Lin Yuan looked distantly toward the direction of the battlefields of different races. Everything experienced by the Taiyin primordial spirit, he naturally felt in sync. The higher-ups of human civilization should be aware of this by now, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In the battlefields of different races' suspended mountain range, one could freely log into the virtual world and connect with the Goddess of Freedom. In such a circumstance, the moves of the Heiyuan clan must have been transmitted. The Heiyuan clan, the insect race? Lin Yuan didn't know the specifics. He only speculated that the actions of the Heiyuan clan must be related to the insect race, or perhaps they were directly instigated by them. If it really has to do with the insect race, then it's not just one battlefield where this has happened, Lin Yuan conjectured in his heart. Peak clans like the insect race wouldn't engage in meaningless actions. To merely seize one small-sized otherworldly battlefield? This would hardly have any effect on the overall battle situation. Battlefields of different races. Run, run, run. Run. Millions upon millions of human evolvers, among whom were not a few of the 7th rank, and even the 6th rank constituted a considerable number, were fleeing desperately. Faced with the command of the battlefield's leader, these evolvers had no doubts whatsoever. Especially after seeing the leader, Zhou Shi, driving the suspended mountain range as a war fortress, charging toward the Heiyuan clan only to directly crumble afterward, they became even more desperate in their escape. Among the fleeing evolvers, many were 6th rank and even 7th rank evolvers, some of whom had true bodies. But even if the true bodies were safe for the time being outside, if the avatars were to die, it would still require a significant amount of time and energy to be recondensed, and the many treasures and weapons they carried would be lost. So unless it was a moment of complete despair, no one would willingly give up. Without a complete blockade, at most only 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers can be stopped. The monocled man looked at the human evolvers fleeing in all directions and quickly came to a conclusion. The response speed of human civilization was just too fast. If only they waited a little longer, until the blockade of the Heiyuan clan was fully formed, all evolvers of human civilization would have no escape. But for now, according to the blockade range of the Heiyuan clan powerhouses, they could probably hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 evolvers. Try to kill those 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers. The monocled man quickly made a decision in his mind. With only being able to hold back 1 or 2 out of 10 human evolvers as the big premise, naturally, it was most cost-effective to leave behind those of the 6th and 7th rank. As for the 4th and 5th rank, let them flee. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 323. Shueyo. In the southeastern area you are in, 10 minutes from now, at a 30-degree position to the lower left, there will be a 7th rank human evolver passing by. Kill him. The unicorn man's gaze was vast, his perception spreading, as he began to lock onto those human evolvers with strong auras. The insect race's command to them was to kill as many human evolvers as possible. The more human evolvers of higher ranks they killed, the more rewards they would be bestowed. At the edge of the battlefields of different races, Lin Yuan transformed into a streak of flowing light, swiftly fleeing towards the outside of the battlefield. Didn't delay even for a moment? Lin Yuan glanced behind him, certainly expecting the suspended mountain range to collapse. Inside, the 7th rank monarch Zhou Shi likewise did not stir up the slightest ripple. If I tried to cover our retreat, it would probably be of no use, right? Lin Yuan thought to himself. The entire Heiyuan clan had deployed its full strength, which simply wasn't something a 7th rank evolver could stop. Even an average 8th layer might not last long. This is the battlefield of different species. Full of crises, all sorts of situations can arise at any moment. Lin Yuan felt somewhat emotional. This time entering the battlefield of different races, he had been extremely cautious and low profile, not engaging in battle with any different species. Yet even so, had still ended up in this escape situation. This was just a small-sized otherworldly battlefield. If it were a medium, let alone a large alien battlefield, the uncertainties would be even greater. Enjoy new stories from powerful beings like the Chikuan Star Lord had to be careful and cautious on a large alien battlefield. With my speed, if I were to go all out, I could completely approach a 8th rank evolver or even surpass an average 8th rank evolver. At the moment, Lin Yuan was showing a speed that only reached the 6th rank peak, not even as fast as a 7th rank evolver. The reason for this was fear, that showing too great a speed would attract the attention of the Heiyuan clan's strong ones. Like that unicorn man, if he saw Lin Yuan's speed reaching the 8th layer, would he come after him personally? So Lin Yuan's displayed speed was moderately above average among the countless fleeing evolvers. If the leader Zhou Shi was right that the scattered fleeing human evolvers had an 80 to 90% chance of survival, then Lin Yuan was very likely to escape. Too much speed makes one stick out and more likely to be targeted. In the southeastern region of the battlefield, the stocky man Zuyu's eyes were fierce, leading many of the Heiyuan clan's strong ones to guard the area. There's a group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers escaping this way, don't bother with them. The stocky man Zuyu's target was clear. Killing one 6th rank evolver could secure more bounty from the insect race than hundreds of 4th and 5th rank evolvers. If they went after that group of 4th and 5th rank evolvers and missed a 6th or 7th rank evolver, that would be a real loss. And with the foundation of human civilization, the death of a few 4th and 5th rank evolvers is practically negligible. Considering the current human population, more 4th and 5th rank evolvers naturally die of old age each day than on the battlefield. There's a 7th rank evolver escaping this way. The stocky man Zuyu's eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Their area was subtly twisted in space, isolated from the outside, so that human evolver had no idea there were Heiyuan clan strong ones ambushed nearby. "I'll go. You guys stay here." The stocky man Shueyo said. As an 8th layer strong one, he was a sure bet to deal with a 7th rank evolver. Sending their own 7th rank could result in being held up or counterkilled. 8th layer against 7th rank, the pressure of the great realm difference meant no surprises. Whoosh! The stocky man Shueyo disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already directly in front of the fleeing 7th rank evolver. "Human," the stocky man Shueyo looked pitying, "I don't want to kill you either, but this is the insect race's command." Before the fleeing 7th rank evolver even understood what was happening, he was dead at the stocky man's hands. It was too easy for 8th layer to handle a 7th rank. As more 6th and 7th rank evolvers were intercepted and killed, many 4th and 5th rank evolvers managed to escape. Because of the position of the suspended mountain range, which is not the very center of the battlefield, it led some evolvers to choose escape directions closer to the battlefield. Therefore, their escape from the battlefield was naturally quicker. I'm about to leave the battlefield. Lin Yuan, formed into a meteor, surveilled his surroundings, thinking rapidly. If he went all out, he could have left the battlefield by now, but similarly, that might have caught the attention of a more powerful different species, leading to interception. Just a little bit longer. Lin Yuan maintained a speed close to the 6th rank peak. As soon as he escapes the battlefield of different species and reaches the stable cosmic starry sky, he would immediately bring out a cosmic spaceship, perform a wormhole shuttle. Then this Taiyin primordial spirit would be saved. The southeastern area of the battlefield. The stocky man, Shueyo, continued to observe his surroundings. That human evolver, his speed is close to that of a 6th rank peak, we can't let him escape alive. The stocky man, Shueyo, noticed Lin Yuan and spoke. Changyu, you go kill him. The stocky man, Shueyo, instructed. His 8th layer strength was meant to deal with human 7th rank evolvers. As for 6th rank evolvers, there was no need for that. They could be left to other 7th rank members of the Heiyuan clan. 8th layer dealing with 7th rank, no surprises there. 7th rank dealing with 6th rank, just as unsurprising. Under the suppression of a great realm, even the top geniuses of the human civilization could hardly contend. Yes, Freeweb novel. Come, Lord Shueyo, I will take care of this human. The 7th rank strongman of the Heiyuan clan, Changyu, licked his lips. Killing these human evolvers could garner rewards from the insect race, and even more so, one could obtain the numerous treasures and weapons from the opponent. In the usual battlefields of different races, they, as 7th rank members, would be entangled by the 7th rank evolvers of human civilization. Where was the chance to bully the weak? 7th rank strongman Changyu vanished, reappearing directly in front of the direction where Lin Yuan was fleeing. Hee, just die quietly at my hands. The 7th rank strongman Changyu patiently waited there, waiting for Lin Yuan to enter a certain range before he took action to crush him to death. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, sensing a change in the atmosphere ahead. What to do? Lin Yuan's brows furrowed. With the sensing range of a 6th rank evolver, he couldn't detect that 7th rank alien. Just pretend I don't know. Lin Yuan decided to maintain his escape direction. After all, once he changed direction, he would be discovered by that 7th rank alien, who could also change direction to block him. His terrifying speed tore through the air. Soon he would enter the attack range of that 7th rank alien. Human, go die. The 7th rank alien strongman, Changyu, revealed himself, lifting his right hand and slamming it down towards Lin Yuan. He should be dead now. In the distance, the stocky man Shueyo glanced in this direction, having already pronounced Lin Yuan's death sentence. Although Chang Ye's strength was no match for a 7th rank monarch evolver of the humans, wasn't it a cinch for him to deal with a 6th rank peak evolver? Not good, Brother Yuan is in danger. In another direction, the armored man noticed this and his heart suddenly tightened. He had originally planned to escape with Lin Yuan, but he didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so fast, so seeing Lin Yuan set off, he followed suit and fled. However, the armored man was only trailing behind Lin Yuan. Due to his slower speed, the distance between them grew further and further apart. Now, they were nearly 1,000,000 kilometers apart. It's a 7th rank alien. A chill ran down the armored man's spine. With a 7th rank alien ambushing ahead, he couldn't see any way for Lin Yuan to possibly survive. Boom, boom, boom. Facing the suddenly appearing 7th rank alien, Lin Yuan's speed did not slow down in the slightest. He continued to rush forward. Scared stiff, huh? The Heiyuan clan's Chang Ye's face revealed a sneer, thinking Lin Yuan was too afraid to react. Die. The 7th rank alien, Changyu, did not hold back and struck Lin Yuan with all his might. But the next moment, the air around them suddenly carried wisps of Taiyin power. The blow delivered by the 7th rank alien, Changyu, evaporated swiftly under the erosion of the power of Taiyin. The 7th rank alien, Changyu, blinked, somewhat puzzled. Boom. At this moment, Lin Yuan, fleeing at the speed of a 6th rank peak, suddenly surged in speed by 10-fold, 100-fold. In the blink of an eye, he overpowered the 7th rank alien, Changyu. No, the 7th rank alien, Chang Ye's face showed terror as his shape shattered instantly. Lin Yuan flew past and casually collected his storage treasure. What? In the distance, the stocky man, Shueyo, looked this way with some disbelief. That speed? Zuya's face changed. In another section of the battlefield, the one-horned man also noticed the scene unfolding here and turned his gaze over. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 324, 7th Rank Peak. No, this speed has already reached the 8th layer threshold. The Unicorn Man judged in his heart. It must be some 7th rank peak evolver who specializes in speed. The Unicorn Man gazed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled. Impressive, he actually deceived me. If Lin Yuan had shown this kind of power or speed from the beginning, the Unicorn Man would have immediately ordered the Heiyuan clan's strong ones to block him ahead of time. But Lin Yuan did not. Instead, he disguised himself as an ordinary 6th rank evolver. This might sound simple, but it's difficult to execute. The most crucial point was to deceive the Unicorn Man's perception. When Suspended Mountain ascended and countless evolvers fled, the Unicorn Man quickly identified many 7th rank evolvers' locations. However, Lin Yuan's God was a primordial spirit body. Lacking a physical form, his aura and the power of Taiyin nearly merged together. Even someone as powerful as the Unicorn Man could commonly overlook him with a cursory sensing. It's too late. The Unicorn Man saw Lin Yuan had already left the range of the battlefields of different races, and knew that even if he personally gave chase, he might not succeed. After leaving the range of the battlefields of different races, human race evolvers can control cosmic spaceships and perform wormhole shuttle. Damn it. You actually killed Feiyu. The stocky man, Shueyo, furiously stared in the direction of Lin Yuan's escape, intending to pursue. No need to chase. At that moment, the voice of the Unicorn Man rang in Zuya's ears. Continue to surround and kill the other human 7th rank evolvers. The Unicorn Man instructed. Letting Lin Yuan, a 7th rank peak evolver, escape was indeed regrettable. But there are still many human 7th rank evolvers who haven't escaped yet. They are the next primary targets of the Heiyuan clan. Yes. Shueyo took a deep breath and returned to his position. Did I actually escape too? The armored man followed in the direction Lin Yuan had fled and unexpectedly escaped the battlefields of different races without obstructions. It's the Yuanin brothers. The armored man immediately realized why his escape was so smooth. Considering the circumstances just now, as a 6th rank evolver like him, he should have received significant attention from the Heiyuan different species. At least one 7th rank evolver should have been dispatched to stop him. But Lin Yuan, with a shockingly powerful technique, had severely killed a 7th rank member of the Heiyuan clan, resulting in a gap in that area's blockade. That surprisingly allowed him such an easy escape. The strength of the Yuanin brothers must be really strong, perhaps nearing a commander level. The armored man, grateful for his fortune, then thought back to the scene of Lin Yuan killing that 7th rank different species. So swift and decisive, the opponent didn't even have time to react. It was unbelievable. That 7th rank different species probably possessed marquee level strength. With such strength, aside from a 7th rank king, who could kill so effortlessly? Just a moment ago, I thought of having the Yuanin brother follow me for protection. The armored man felt somewhat embarrassed with Lin Yuan's previously displayed strength. It's likely that instead of him protecting Lin Yuan, he would have been dragging Lin Yuan down. When Lin Yuan first arrived at the battlefields of different races, it was he who came forward to welcome him. The armored man had then invited Lin Yuan to go to the central battlefield to kill different species together, but he was refused. He had thought Lin Yuan was weak or not good at fighting. Now it seems he was completely wrong. Quickly proceed with wormhole shuttle. The armored man immediately took out a cosmic spaceship from his storage ring, then activated wormhole shuttle, and like flowing water, soon disappeared out of sight. 60 light-years from the battlefields of different races. The force of space subtly started to fluctuate. A dark spaceship appeared. Lin Yuan was piloting the spaceship, continuously heading towards the territory of the human civilization. Wormhole shuttle has a cooldown period under normal circumstances and cannot be continually used. With my current combat power, under a sneak attack, I have the possibility of killing a 7th rank mark. Lin Yuan began to reassess everything that had just happened. That 7th rank different species was probably equivalent to a human 7th rank marquis. Normally, facing Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit, even if defeated, should have been able to struggle for a while. but the opponent underestimated Lin Yuan too much, leading to an instant kill. One must know, this was only Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit. After stepping into the 7th rank, due to the creation of an inner world, the strength of Lin Yuan's main body had increased the most. As for the 2 primordial spirits, they were much weaker. Even so, they could still sweep through ordinary 7th rank marquee levels. If it were the main Boda's turn, even a 7th rank king would have to be suppressed. After all, among the 7th rank evolvers, the power of the world essentially amounts to cheating. Continue the shuttle. Soon, the wormhole shuttle's cooldown period ended. Lin Yuan did not hesitate to start another round of shuttle. Explore more stories at a day or two later. Lin Yuan officially entered the territory of human civilization. Only at this moment did Lin Yuan finally breathe a slight sigh of relief. The Black Abyss clan, no matter how crazy, wouldn't dare to pursue into the territory of human civilization. Even the insect race wouldn't dare enter the territory of human civilization unless absolutely necessary, because that would mean escalating the war. Whether it's human civilization or other peak clans of the cosmic starry sky, the reason for establishing the battlefields of different races is to try to keep the war confined to those battlefields. If there were no constraints, everyone invading each other's territories would lead to much greater losses. Hurry up and go back. Lin Yuan waited for the cooldown to end and then initiated another wormhole shuttle. Battlefields of different races. The fighting gradually calmed down. The unicorn man's gaze was icy, with the stocky man, Shueyo, reporting next to him. Lord, during this blockade and killing operation, we killed 36 human 7th rank evolvers, 572 6th rank evolvers, and 2,837 5th and 4th rank evolvers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 325. Although the Heiyuan clan's focus is mainly on 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers, they generally don't actively pursue the killing of 4th rank and 5th rank evolvers. However, if 4th rank or 5th rank evolvers intrude into the attack range of a powerful member of the Heiyuan clan, it comes as no surprise if they are taken down. Among the 36 7th rank evolvers, 15 possess the doppelganger skill. Among the 572 6th rank evolvers, 127 possessed the skill. Shueyo continued to speak. A small portion of 7th rank evolvers, and the majority of 8th layer evolvers, in addition to contemplating space rules, are also involved with the rules of causality. The rules of causality, while not as foundational as the space rules, are enigmatic and unpredictable. Those who have a deeper understanding of the rules of causality can develop many bizarre techniques, such as the curse-killing skill. The curse-killing skill is just one of the many applications of the causality rules. The uses of this rule are plentiful. For example, when Shueyo kills an evolver, the moment the killing intent surges, a connection of cause and effect is established between the two. If Shueyo successfully kills the target, the causality will cease to exist with the death of the person, which means he would no longer feel any causal connection to that evolver, thus confirming the target's demise. If, after the killing, a faint sense of causality is still perceived, it could mean that the target has not died and likely has techniques like the doppelganger skill at their disposal. Indeed. The unicorn man nodded slightly upon hearing this. Although the result is quite different from the expectation of completely purging all human evolvers, achieving such results is still quite remarkable. At least 21 7th rank human evolvers have died. The remaining 7th rank evolvers, even if their true bodies are alive, have suffered a severe cost with the death of a doppelganger. On Chikuan main star, Lin Yuan was sitting cross-legged. Not only did battlefield C24763 experience a purge by different species at the same time, but there were also 5,463 other alien battlefields undergoing the same purge? Lin Yuan furrowed his brows slightly as he received the news. All these battlefields of different races under the Insect Race Alliance. Is the insect race really intending to start a full-scale war with the human race? Lin Yuan was puzzled. Generally speaking, it was rare for peak clans to engage in serious conflict. Whether it be the human race, the insect race, or other major peak clans, they all had proven their might in the long wars of the past. It was implausible for one side to completely annihilate the other. Thus, the intensity of the wars was tacitly maintained within a certain range. There must be a reason for this. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world. Personal space. Shi Feng stepped out from the void, his red nose unmistakable. Shi-san, little brother. If you want to know why the insect race is going crazy, I happen to know some inside information, Shi Feng said with a grin. As a 6th-rank citizen and a founder of an evolution path, Shi Feng had a vast network of connections. What's the reason? Lin Yuan asked. Even if Shi Feng didn't know, Lin Yuan had planned to ask several senior fellow disciples, or even inquire directly from Qikuan Starlord, his teacher. It was only natural for Lin Yuan to be curious and ask a few more questions about such significant developments on the alien battlefields. It's because of the large alien battlefield. Shi Feng didn't keep him in suspense, speaking in a hushed tone. Large alien battlefield? Lin Yuan felt a slight shock in his heart. Explore new worlds that there are over 2 million battlefields opened up between humans and different species, with just over 100 of them being large battlefields. Large alien battlefields are where the human civilization clashes with other peak clans. Even supreme beings occasionally turn their gaze toward the large alien battlefields and may sometimes intervene. The reason the insect race is targeting small and medium-sized battlefields is because of an event that is about to take place above battlefield S-111, Shi Feng explained mysteriously. The top oracle of the insect race has predicted that, soon, a foreign visitor will come to battlefield S-111 through the eternal spatial rift. To be precise, it's the corpse of a visitor from beyond. This corpse must be very important, so important that the insect race wants to have it all to themselves, ordering many clans within the alliance to put forth their full strength to cause trouble for our human civilization. This is in order to gain an advantageous position in the upcoming struggle for this corpse. Shi Feng told him. I see. Lin Yuan appeared thoughtful. Eternal spatial rifts on the large alien battlefields are enormous, spanning tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of miles, and occasionally foreign visitors cross through such vast spatial rifts to enter the main world. What was the outcome? Lin Yuan asked. Whose hands did the corpse of the extraterrestrial visitor that floated in from the spatial rift fall into? What else could have happened? The insect race was able to deduce this matter. How could our human civilization be completely unaware? Red-nosed Shi Feng shook his head and said, Besides, the supreme beings from the several other peak clans also approached, wanting a share of the spoils. In the end, the outsider's corpse was torn to pieces, and our human civilization should have gotten a part of it. After finishing his statement, red-nosed Shi Feng added with some surprise, I wonder what is so miraculous about that corpse that even the supreme beings vied for it? That's a question for the supreme beings. Lin Yuan shook his head. After chatting with red-nosed Shi Feng for a few more lines, Lin Yuan then disconnected the virtual world connection and his consciousness returned to reality. The teacher is looking for me? Is it about the matters on the alien battlefield? Lin Yuan suddenly received a message from the Qikuan Star Lord, asking him and his fellow disciples to come to him. The sudden foul play of the various species from the insect race alliance on the battlefield would definitely not be left as is. Next, it would be the human civilization's turn to retaliate. Outside the Crimson Hall, Zhuge, the 4th disciple, and the other peak masters stood chatting idly. They too had heard about the events that transpired on the alien battlefield, and their conversation mainly revolved around it. As the disciples chatted, they eventually talked about Lin Yuan. We consider ourselves evolutionary geniuses, belonging to the first class of outstanding talents, but when compared with our little junior brother, the 6th disciple sighed. Even now, he was still shocked by Lin Yuan's step to the 7th rank. The 7th rank. This was the 7th rank. It's not cabbage on the side of the road. Something you step into just because you wish to? Indeed, how exactly does our junior brother cultivate? Could it be that he always practices so diligently that he doesn't even dream? The other disciples exchanged glances, all filled with deep emotion. The entire outer world was abuzz when the 13th Peak Master stepped into the 7th rank, and inside the Red Kuan lineage, the shock was not much less, all filled with astonishment. It should be known that the Peak Masters were taken as disciples by the Chikuan Star Lord because of their undeniable talents, worthy of the title of evolutionary prodigies. Even though the first, second, and third disciples had stepped into the 7th rank, Zhuge and the other Peak Masters had no doubt or questioning about themselves, believing that they would eventually break through to the same level one day. Until they met the little junior brother, Lin Yuan. Junior brother is coming. Zhuge and the other Peak Masters seemed to sense something. Smiles appeared on their faces as they looked towards the figure walking over from a distance. It was Lin Yuan. 4th disciple, 5th disciple, 6th disciple. Lin Yuan greeted each one in turn. Junior brother, the teacher is waiting for us inside. Let's hurry in. Zhuge, the 4th disciple, spoke up. All right. Lin Yuan nodded and walked into the Crimson Hall. Zhuge, the 4th disciple, and the other disciples also followed him in. For some reason, Zhuge and the others intentionally fell half a step behind Lin Yuan, not walking shoulder to shoulder. Lin Yuan seemed to notice something and stopped to look back at his fellow disciples. Disciples, there really is no need for this, Lin Yuan couldn't help saying. He didn't feel that stepping into the 7th rank made him thoroughly superior. Some things and some people still needed to be analyzed specifically. When Lin Yuan had just joined the Red Kuan lineage and became the 13th Peak Master, the fellow disciples had taken great care of him. You're thinking too much, junior brother. We just feel a bit of pressure walking alongside you. Zhuge, the 4th disciple, spoke the truth. Well, okay then. Lin Yuan thought about it and didn't say much, continuing towards the depths of the palace. Zhuge, the 4th disciple, and the other Peak Master disciples exchanged glances. With the talents Lin Yuan was currently displaying, in several decades or a few hundred years, he likely has the potential to challenge the 8th layer. To become a great figure at the same level as the Star Lord. Such potential, such talent, such ability. With countless prodigies in the world, who dares walk shoulder to shoulder with you? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 326 Crimson Palace. Lin Yuan and his 12 senior brothers stood below. Chikuan's Star Lord, the teacher, sat in the high seat as Lin Yuan glanced at the other senior brothers. He noticed that the senior brothers all behaved very casually. Chikuan's Star Lord wasn't the type of teacher who was very imposing, preferring a friendly approach with his disciples. Everyone has arrived. Chikuan's Star Lord nodded slightly. Actually, there were many 6th rank and 7th rank evolvers in the Chikuan lineage, but at its core, naturally, the Star Lord and various Peak Masters were the main focus. Within the Cosmic Human Alliance, the relationship between a teacher and his disciples even surpassed that of the closest kinship. Once the master-disciple relationship was confirmed, it truly required commitment. In the past several tens of thousands of years, Chikuan Star Lord hadn't taken any disciples, not only because he hadn't met any satisfactory evolvers but also because accepting a disciple wasn't just a matter of saying so. If in the future a disciple caused some trouble outside, Chikuan Star Lord would have to step in and offer protection. Those evolvers who passed the test of 7-Star Cave and joined the Red Kuan lineage, strictly speaking, weren't Chikuan Star Lord's disciples, and they weren't even disciples of the 12 Peak Masters. They could only be considered members of the Red Kuan lineage. The Red Kuan lineage nurtured them, and in turn, they served the Red Kuan lineage. Both sides gave to each other. They'll keep it short. You've also heard about the commotion caused by the insect race on the battlefield. Although our human civilization's top prophets discovered it in advance and the loss wasn't substantial, we can't let this matter slide so easily. Chikuan Star Lord spoke in a calm tone. Taking as an example the battlefield C24763 where Lin Yuan's Taiyin primordial spirit was, the Heiyuan clan wanted to cleanse the battlefield. Even though many human evolvers fled in all directions, there were still numerous 6th and 7th rank evolvers who died. This type of loss, compared to the overall war situation, wasn't significant. At least the insect race's planning failed, and the gaze of human civilization's supreme beings hadn't been drawn away by those medium-sized and small-sized otherworldly battlefields. But how could human civilization tolerate such a loss without reason? In the over 2 million years of the Starry Sea era, human civilization, in the eyes of the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky, differed little from demons. If you dare to disregard the baseline of warfare and strike with full force, wait for the crazed retaliation of human civilization. Eldest brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C34123. Experience tales at second brother, you lead the army of evolvers to battlefield C459543. Third brother, Chikuin Star Lord issued his orders following this pattern. It wasn't just the Chikuin Star domain, the entire Anan Star Alliance and many other star alliances, one star domain after another, began transferring troops and increasing their investment in the battlefields. Ever since human civilization left its homeworld, there has always been a constant launch of battlefields, but at different times, the intensity and fierceness of the battlefields varied. For example, before the insect race's action, human civilization actually did not invest much power into the battlefields. The same was true for the other few peak civilizations. After all these years of fighting, they had formed some kind of tacit understanding. But now, since the insect race actively broke the tacit agreement, human civilization naturally wouldn't indulge them. On the battlefield, all actions should be centered around the goddess of freedom. Chikuin Star Lord said, human external expansion and invasion were all coordinated by the goddess of freedom. With the goddess of freedom, every bit of human force could be fully utilized. This was the key to human civilization's successive victories on the battlefield. Teacher, what about me? Lin Yuan looked at how all 12 senior brothers had assignments and he had been overlooked, so he couldn't help but ask. Come here and take a look, just get familiar with it. Chikuin Star Lord shook his head and said his main reason for inviting Lin Yuan over this time was to get him accustomed to the atmosphere of the battlefield. As for sending Lin Yuan to the battlefield, Chikuin Star Lord really couldn't bear to do it. Although it said that even talented evolvers need to be tempered on the battlefield, that prerequisite is for when they hit a bottleneck and various attempts to break through have failed, and they have no choice but to make such a reluctant decision. Given the talent that Lin Yuan had shown, there was no sign he was trapped by any bottlenecks. Sending him to a battlefield fraught with danger at this time would be foolish. Junior brother, once you cultivate an avatar, you can go to the battlefield, the eldest senior brother said with a smile. The 12 senior brothers, including Chikuin Star Lord, didn't know about Lin Yuan's Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit, which were equivalent to having 2 avatars. The Yin Spirit and Yang Spirit avatars, although not unique, could make one suspect that they were related to the martial path evolutionary path. Teacher, what exactly happened on the large battlefield? The mysterious corpse that drifted in from the eternal spatial rift, what's the situation with that? After tasks were assigned, third senior brother asked out of curiosity. The reason the insect race broke the tacit agreement was because of that mysterious corpse. This corpse also attracted other Peak Clan's supreme beings who didn't hesitate to personally intervene, eventually tearing that corpse into pieces. On battlefield S111, the presence of the supreme beings was overwhelming, and this matter couldn't be concealed at all. As a result, many people were very curious about that corpse. A treasure that could provoke a battle amongst several supreme beings was extremely rare. At the level of supreme beings, every action was an embodiment of the universal truths, with no need for external objects. That corpse, Chikuin Star Lord pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Lin Yuan also appeared attentive. The chaotic flows in the void outside the worlds, depending on their intensity, can be divided into different regions. The chaotic void outside the immortal Tao world where Lin Yuan had traversed for the 5th time wasn't too harsh, allowing those with 7th rank strength to barely survive. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 327 Even so, Lin Yuan was reluctant to stray too far from the immortal Tao world, needing to return from time to time for rest. As for the chaotic void outside of the main world, battlefield C24763, Lin Yuan observed the eternal spatial rift and inferred that its intensity was far greater than that of the immortal Tao world. The grayish aura of utter destruction made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle. Indeed, it was as he thought. Lin Yuan perused the Red Kuan lineage's information. Even the Qikuan Star Lord, an invincible evolver of the 8th layer, dared not enter the spatial rift casually. And that otherworldly visitor's corpse, able to withstand the chaotic void and enter the main world, maintaining its form in death and not being torn apart, is quite unfathomable. Keep in mind, on large alien battlefields, although otherworldly visitors often come through spatial rifts, they are alive, employing various methods and even treasures and weapons to resist the erosion of the chaotic void. But to rely on nothing else, using only bodily strength to withstand the chaotic void outside the main world, how strong must that body be? I don't have much insight into this, Phoebnol. C. Sigmem, said the Qikuan Star Lord, shaking his head. The secrets of that corpse, he estimated, were known only to the supreme beings and a few top-tier diviners. I see. The third senior brother felt somewhat disappointed. He had thought his teacher would know some insider information. All right. You all may leave. Prepare yourselves, for it's time for a counterattack from our human civilization. The Qikuan Star Lord waved his hand. Yes. The senior brothers nodded, turning to leave the Crimson Hall. Yes. Lin Yuan was also planning to leave. At that moment, the voice of the Qikuan Star Lord rang out next to his ear. My good disciple, stay behind. In the Crimson Hall, only Lin Yuan and the Qikuan Star Lord remained. The Qikuan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan, his thoughts filled with sentiment. Before meeting Lin Yuan, the Qikuan Star Lord believed that teaching a disciple was an extremely difficult task. Different disciples have different traits, either strengths or weaknesses, and one must tailor their teaching methods accordingly. Only by doing so could one possibly maximize the potential of a disciple. But tailoring one's teaching, while easy to say, is extremely hard in practice. The Qikuan Star Lord's great reputation for educating disciples was built on this principle. Then he met Lin Yuan. For the first time, the Qikuan Star Lord felt that teaching a disciple was not so difficult. In fact, it was quite easy. Since he had taken Lin Yuan as his disciple, he hadn't done much, yet the latter was already at the 7th rank. Logically speaking, after you stepped into the 6th rank, I would have given you some treasures, the Qikuan Star Lord said. For evolvers, the 6th rank is a critical period. The 12 Peak Masters also received the gifts prepared by the Qikuan Star Lord when they were at the 6th rank. This was the teacher's way of looking after his disciples. But your cultivation speed was too fast. Before I had even decided on a gift, you reached the 7th rank. The Qikuan Star Lord spoke with a tone of helplessness. Gifts, too, need to be custom-made. What is treasured at the 6th rank might not hold as much value once one reaches the 7th rank. Teacher. Lin Yuan blinked his eyes. In truth, he had already been restraining his speed of reaching the 7th rank. Had it not been for his desire to forge a perfect 7th-stage chapter, Lin Yuan could have breached the 7th rank half a year ago, right after his 5th shuttle. Now that you are at the 7th rank, under normal circumstances, I should prepare a 7th-layer treasure for you, but I feel that you won't stay long at the 7th rank, at most a few hundred years. Given that, a 7th-rank treasure might not be of much help to you. How much can it really assist you in a few hundred years? The Qikuan Star Lord said, shaking his head. So this time, I intend to take care of everything in one go. Be it the 6th rank, 7th rank, or even your eventual 8th rank, I'll account for them all. The Qikuan Star Lord flipped his hand, and a fist-sized, irregular metal floated in the air. This block of irregular metal, merely upon its appearance, began to subtly influence its surroundings, even causing the forces of space itself to slowly undulate. What is this? Lin Yuan observed carefully. That piece of irregular metal had a very special feeling, stirring an uncontrollable desire within him. To possess it. Obtain it. I must obtain it. Lin Yuan's thoughts stirred slightly. The numerous distracting thoughts quickly dissipated. This object. Lin Yuan looked at it in astonishment, and just by watching it for a while, he was influenced. This irregular piece of metal was somewhat inconceivable. This object is called origin fine gold. Back in the day, to obtain it I, among several other alien strong ones, fought for hundreds of years. If I hadn't made a timely retreat back to the human civilization territory, it probably would have provoked a 9th-rank alien race to take action. Your journey continues on, the Chikuan Star Lord said with a smile. This, Lin Yuan couldn't help but hold his breath. The Chikuan Star Lord was an invincible existence of the 8th layer. What is meant by invincible of the 8th layer? It does not mean that the Chikuan Star Lord has no opponents at the 8th layer, but rather that at this level in one-on-one combat, no one could utterly defeat him. Of course, this isn't entirely accurate. If an evolver of the 8th layer wielded supreme weapons, the Chikuan Star Lord would likely have to flee. But how many supreme weapons are there? And the Chikuan Star Lord would just be fleeing, not falling. When the Chikuan Star Lord speaks of fighting several other 8th layer alien strong ones for hundreds of years, this undoubtedly means these alien strong ones, too, were invincible beings of the 8th layer. To compel such invincible beings of the 8th layer to fight desperately, and even ultimately attract the attention of a 9th-rank alien race. Keep in mind, the 9th-rank alien race is basically equivalent to the highest combat power of powerful clans, below only the peak clans. Teacher, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Although Lin Yuan didn't know what origin fine gold was, just by listening to the Chikuan Star Lord's description, he knew that the value of this object definitely reached the 9th rank level. Though the origin fine gold is precious, it is of little use to me now. The Chikuan Star Lord shook his head as he spoke. What he longed for now was to step into the 9th rank. As for the origin fine gold, indeed, if he invested the required heart force, he could indeed boost his combat power by a fraction or two. But being invincible at the 8th layer already, advancing his combat power by a fraction or two carried no practical significance. Against other invincible strong ones of the 8th layer, he would still not be able to win. Then I thank you, teacher. Lin Yuan said with slight gratitude. The rule crystal the Chikuan Star Lord had previously given him could let an evolver comprehend the fire system rules embedded within. A rule crystal was part of the Chikuan Star Lord's collection. Gifting it to Lin Yuan was a trivial matter. But the origin fine gold, just from Lin Yuan's first impression, it far surpassed the rule crystal. The origin fine gold is a growth-oriented treasure, best nurtured at the 7th rank. Its most precious quality, aside from its growth potential, is its malleability. Disciple, when you nurture the origin fine gold, you can shape it according to your will, turning it into offensive weapons, defensive weapons, and so on. The Chikuan Star Lord continued. Theoretically speaking, the upper limit of the origin fine gold depends on the evolver's own limits. If you step into the 8th layer in the future, you could elevate the quality of the origin fine gold to the 8th layer. If you manage to break through to the 9th rank, it can be further improved. The Chikuan Star Lord looked at Lin Yuan. He felt somewhat relieved. This time there was no need to worry about Lin Yuan's cultivation speed being too fast. The specific methods of nurturing the origin fine gold will be sent to you by mail by me, detailing the instructions, said the Chikuan Star Lord. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. Next. The Chikuan Star Lord's thoughts stirred slightly. The irregular metal floating in front of him flew towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his hand to catch it. This sensation? Lin Yuan inwardly marveled. On the surface, the origin fine gold appeared to be metal, and thus, should be extremely hard. However, once in his hands, Lin Yuan's first impression of the origin fine gold was that it was soft and squishy. It felt like a ball that would dent inward with a bit of pressure. It's truly marvelous. Lin Yuan kept observing it, constantly touching. All right then. Go back and study it, said the Chikuan Star Lord, waving his hand. If there's anything you don't understand, you can come to me. Yes. Lin Yuan put away the origin fine gold and turned to leave the Red Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 328 Carrying the Origin Fine Gold capable of causing 8th layer invincible powerhouses to fight for their lives. Lin Yuan soon returned to the 13 Peaks Great Hall. As soon as he got back, Lin Yuan took out the Origin Fine Gold and continued to study it. How to use it? The teacher's email arrived. Lin Yuan connected his consciousness to the virtual world and started reading the email. To nurture the Origin Fine Gold, you must first perform a blood ritual to claim ownership. The blood mentioned here is not ordinary blood, but blood containing fragments of the soul. Lin Yuan looked thoughtful. In the main world, the soul is the most fundamental thing, and as for the physical body, there are methods like seizure that allow one to switch bodies, but the soul remains unchangeable. Let's begin. Lin Yuan extended his hand and forced out a drop of blood. This drop of blood, spherical and viscous, would have reabsorbed into the skin had Lin Yuan not controlled it. Hiss! As that drop of Lin Yuan's blood fell, it was quickly absorbed by the Origin Fine Gold. Suddenly, Lin Yuan faintly felt a subtle connection forming between himself and the Origin Fine Gold. Next is nurturing it. Lin Yuan grabbed the Origin Fine Gold, only to see this irregularly shaped metal melt like flowing water, merging into Lin Yuan's body through his skin. Huh, Furbnoel. After entering Lin Yuan's body, the Origin Fine Gold instinctually started gathering rapidly around the Dantian Chi Si, just outside that internal small world. Strands of world force, centered around the inner world, slowly spread toward Lin Yuan's limbs and bones, enhancing his physical body. A portion of this world force, after passing through the Origin Fine Gold, was not diminished at all. Instead, it gained an extremely pure aura. The Origin Fine Gold itself was also refined a bit. Now, can I control the Origin Fine Gold and shape it in the direction I desire? Lin Yuan closely observed the changes in the Origin Fine Gold, silently pondering. The Origin Fine Gold has two major features. One is its growth nature. Even if Lin Yuan was to advance to the 9th rank in the future, it would still be useful. The other is its malleability. As long as Lin Yuan wishes, he can shape the Origin Fine Gold into any weapon. An offensive weapon? A defensive weapon? A soul defense weapon? All possible. However, to elevate the level of the Origin Fine Gold, I must spend a lot of time in slow nurturing. Lin Yuan slightly frowned. Lots of time? According to the Chikuan Star Lord, though Lin Yuan's cultivation speed was fast, it was bound to slow down after stepping into the 8th layer. Every being, upon entering the 8th layer, would experience a long period of dormancy. Then Lin Yuan would have plenty of time to nurture the Origin Fine Gold. Perhaps I can take the Origin Fine Gold into world travel for nurturing? A thought suddenly occurred to Lin Yuan. Spending 50 strands of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan could perform physical travels. But if it's just about carrying a weapon, the consumption of world-breaking origin force would be much lower. One strand of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan's mind delved deep into his consciousness, held a brief conversation with the door to the myriad realms, and concluded, ever since stepping into the 6th rank, Lin Yuan found it possible to have some basic interactions with the door to the myriad realms. A strand of world-breaking origin force. It's not too much. Lin Yuan opened his eyes, contemplating. Carrying Origin Fine Gold for travel would require an extra strand of world-breaking origin force. For Lin Yuan, a strand of world-breaking origin force merely meant 333 days. No, with the boost of an eternal spatial rift, Lin Yuan's speed of accumulating a strand of world-breaking origin force had dropped to 290 days. 290 days, for the likes of a 7th rank evolver like Lin Yuan, was too brief. 7th rank evolvers typically lived up to hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, the Human Civilization Alliance had many methods to extend life. Upon thinking of the world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan planned to choose another alien battlefield with an eternal spatial rift, to send the Yang God and Yin God to accelerate the accumulation of the world-breaking origin force. If the Yang God and Yin God are placed under different battlefields' eternal spatial rifts, would the speed of accumulating world-breaking origin force double? Lin Yuan's heart raced. In the short term, Lin Yuan had no idea of heading to a medium-sized battlefield or large battlefield to find larger eternal spatial rifts. Because the goddess of wisdom and two other goddesses advised Lin Yuan against going. A medium-sized otherworldly battlefield was already under the watch of supreme beings and even had traces of 9th-rank alien race appearances. The doppelganger skill, though a strong survival tactic, was not foolproof, facing certain attack techniques such as the curse-killing skill or memory contamination. It would still fail to defend. The former is easy to understand, as it involves the application of causal rules, using an avatar as a medium to curse the original body. As for the latter, since the avatar shares memories with the original, should the avatar encounter memory contamination, the original is likely also affected. The thought of one's memories being influenced is a terrifying matter. Of course, stay updated with whether it's the curse-killing skill or memory contamination. None would affect Lin Yuan as an 8th-rank evolver. Supreme beings wouldn't bother retaliating against such a minor figure as Lin Yuan, but 9th-rank alien race might not follow the same restraint. No need to rush to a medium-sized otherworldly battlefield. A small-sized one will suffice. Lin Yuan thought to himself. A small-sized otherworldly battlefield could comfortably allow entry to 8th-layer powerhouses, but a 9th rank? It's impossible for a 9th rank to enter a small-sized battlefield. This is a rule set by the human civilization and the 10,000 races of the cosmic starry sky. On battlefield C24763, the Heiyuan clan, breaking the tacit agreement with human evolvers, deployed their strongest force, merely an invincible horned man of the 8th layer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 329. Be aware, the Heiyuan clan has 9th rank beings sitting at the top, and not just one. Which two battlefields of different species should we choose this time? To verify his suspicion, Lin Yuan intended to send both the Yin spirit and Yang spirit to try it out simultaneously. Let's go with these two battlefields of different species. After considering for a moment, the criteria Lin Yuan used to select the battlefields of different species primarily revolved around the existence of an eternal spatial rift. Without an eternal spatial rift, it's impossible to speed up the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, which would significantly reduce Lin Yuan's gains. Secondly, the intensity of the war between human civilization and different species on this battlefield cannot be too high. Out of the more than 2 million battlefields of different species opened by human civilization, each has a different situation. On some battlefields, human evolvers and different species are fiercely antagonistic, and on such battlefields, it's simply not possible to stay beside an eternal spatial rift for long. You can barely stay for a moment before the different species come attacking. Go! Lin Yuan's thought flickered. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit stepped out from within him. Whoosh! 2 dark cosmic ships appeared. The Yin spirit and Yang spirit piloted the ships, heading towards the star platform outside the Qikuan main star. The 13 Peaks area, where Lin Yuan was located, is one of the most flourishing areas of Qikuan main star, with numerous ships taking off at every moment. As the peak master of 13 peaks, even if Lin Yuan didn't announce it, a large number of evolvers would naturally come to him for allegiance. And all of this, Lin Yuan left to Feng Qing to manage. The number of practitioners on the martial path evolutionary path. Lin Yuan glanced over and noticed that the number of martial arts evolutionaries practicing the first-tier chapter had skyrocketed to several times what it was half a year ago. It seems the videos I released are quite useful. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He had expended quite a bit of energy producing those videos. But as long as there is a yield, it's all worthwhile. Who knows where the 7th stage Martial Tao chapter will rank on the Qikuan evolution rankings once it's rolled out? Lin Yuan was somewhat expectant. Currently, Lin Yuan had only started the 7th rank chapter, and there was still some distance before it could be fully developed. However, Freeb novel. It was foreseeable that the 7th rank chapter would have a transformative effect on the martial path evolutionary path, impacting it even more significantly than the time Lin Yuan completely revised the path, freeing it from the confines of Taiyin and Taiyang. Because this 7th rank chapter, theoretically, could give rise to an inner world. Of course, Lin Yuan was also aware. It would be difficult for other martial arts evolutionaries to create an inner world in the 7th rank chapter. It requires understanding 965 basic spatial models during the 6th rank and selecting a path that is sufficiently perfect. For instance, if a martial arts evolutionary had chosen the power of gold as their path at the 2nd layer, they would delve into understanding the golden rules in the 3rd and 4th rank. But by the 6th rank, even if this martial arts evolutionary had understood the 965 spatial models, they could not open up an inner world. Because the golden rules are too simplistic, nowhere near as perfect and complete as the Taiji Dao formed by Taiyin and Taiyang. This martial arts evolutionary, to create a small inner world, would have to grasp the rules beyond the golden rules, utilizing the 5 elements rules of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, alongside the space rules, to hope to create a small inner world. Nonetheless, no matter how you put it, the 7th rank chapter which Lin Yuan currently opened has a tremendously lifted ceiling, and the evaluation from the goddess of wisdom definitely won't be low. A month later, this is the core spatial model? Lin Yuan raised his right hand, strands of spatial force continuously intertwining, instantly forming a spatial model. This spatial model, far more complicated than the basic spatial models by thousands to tens of thousands of times, just looking at it gives a sense of spatial transformations. The core spatial model, elucidating the essence of space rules, each type of core spatial model has a significant use. Systematic combinations of different core spatial models can also form abilities similar to innate divine abilities, Lin Yuan thought to himself. For example, the combination of the 1st, 13th, 16th, and 23rd core spatial models. This combination will grant the ability of teleportation. Teleportation, a high-end application of space rules, is effective both in saving oneself and in pursuit. With a total of 7,782 core spatial models theoretically, so many core spatial models can form countless space-based methods similar to teleportation. Space rules, vast and limitless, even if one understands all 7,782 core spatial models, it does not mean they have fully mastered the entire space rules, Lin Yuan sighed. The deeper his understanding of rules, the more Lin Yuan felt his own insignificance. Has the Yang spirit already reached beneath the eternal spatial rift? Lin Yuan seemed to sense something and looked toward a battlefield of different species. As for the Yin spirit, it had arrived 3 days earlier. Let's check the accumulation speed of the world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, carefully feeling it. The speed hasn't increased? Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his brows furrowed. The 2 primordial spirits were positioned under the eternal spatial rifts in different battlefields. The speed at which Lin Yuan accumulated world-breaking origin force was still 1 filament every 290 days. What's the principle here? Lin Yuan was somewhat puzzled in his heart. Whether it was the door to the myriad realms seen by his true form or by the 2 primordial spirits, it was merely a projection of the true door to the myriad realms. Forget it. Lin Yuan pondered for a while and then stopped dwelling on it. This result had not caused him much impact. Let the Yin spirit return. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, the Yin spirit began to leave the battlefield, returning to the Chikuan main star. Since there was no difference between having 2 primordial spirits and 1, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't keep both on the battlefield of different species. Keeping 1 primordial spirit by his side, he'd have more means to deal with things should the need arise. Time passed in the world. Months flew by in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind. I've accumulated 2 filaments of world-breaking origin force. Lin Yuan looked toward the door to the myriad realms, and with a slight sense, he knew the quantity of world-breaking origin force. With the eternal spatial rift accelerating the accumulation of world-breaking origin force, Lin Yuan did not immediately traverse after a filament was fully amassed. Rather, he waited for some time. After all, this incurred no loss for Lin Yuan, and it wouldn't result in wasteful behavior with the world-breaking origin force. No matter how much time passed, the world-breaking origin force accumulated at the door to the myriad realms was stored there, waiting for Lin Yuan to use at any time. Let's see which world this traversal leads to. Explore more stories with Lin Yuan sent a thread of his consciousness into the door to the myriad realms. In a daze, this thread of Lin Yuan's primordial spirit traversed time and space, arriving before a vast world. Lin Yuan tried to observe that world, his expression subtly changing. This world. The next moment, this thread of consciousness extinguished. The world of this traversal. In the outside world, Lin Yuan stroked his chin. From the brief observation contact just now, Lin Yuan had obtained some information related to this traversal. First was the duration of stay. This traversal, Lin Yuan's duration of stay would be 600 years, while the time that would pass in the main world was 1 year. That is to say, the ratio of time passage between the traversal world and the main world was 600 to 1. Through the time ratio, Lin Yuan deduced that the world of this traversal was of a very high level, much higher even than the immortal Tao world of his fifth traversal, though still far below the main world. Perhaps it was close to the spirit realm above the immortal Tao world? Traverse. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, making up his mind. At the same time, on the battlefield of different species, Lin Yuanyang's yang spirit began to leave the eternal spatial rift, came to the human race base on the battlefield, looking for a training room to enter into seclusion. Once the traversal started, Lin Yuan's consciousness would enter the door to the myriad realms, losing awareness. Whether it was his true form or his primordial spirit, both would enter a state of slumber, naturally choosing a safe place. Begin. On the Qikuan main star, Lin Yuan's thoughts converged, and his consciousness and spirit all poured into the door to the myriad realms. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 3:30 in a daze. Lin Yuan's consciousness began to revive. Where is this? Lin Yuan felt slightly startled in his heart as all that met his eyes was darkness, without a trace of light. Could it be that the body my consciousness has descended into is blind? Lin Yuan thought to himself. Even if he were born into a still-developing infant whose eyes and other organs were not yet well-formed, he would still be able to roughly distinguish between light and dark. But now, Lin Yuan couldn't detect the slightest bit of light. This was clearly abnormal. So what if it's blind? Once I recover to the second layer, I can use my perception to replace vision. Wait. Lin Yuan's thoughts became grave. As he kept adjusting, he suddenly realized that the body his consciousness had descended into wasn't from the human race. Is this a tree? Lin Yuan's thoughts dispersed, his consciousness as a seventh-rank evolver awakening, greatly enhancing his ability to perceive the outside world. Even without relying on vision, he could sense many things. For instance, the external form of Lin Yuan right now. It was a small tree over a meter tall with withering branches and twigs. Black Mist Mountain Range. It was deep, quiet, and ancient trees that had witnessed tens of thousands of years, even hundreds of thousands, could be seen everywhere, and many fearsome demonic beasts resided within. In a certain area on the periphery of the Black Mist Mountain Range, a small tree over a meter tall swayed with the wind. Its trunk was yellowed and withered, a stark contrast to the ancient trees nearby. This is troublesome. Lin Yuan suddenly felt it was going to be difficult. After passing through the door to the myriad realms 5 times before, Lin Yuan subconsciously assumed that the bodies he descended into through the door to the myriad realms all belonged to humans. However, Lin Yuan never confirmed this within the door to the myriad realms itself. And now, Lin Yuan's situation made it clear to him that the targets of his descents were not necessarily human. Theoretically, as long as it belonged to the range of life, it was possible for Lin Yuan to descend into it. This world. Lin Yuan's thoughts shifted, and after fully adapting, he quickly found something unusual about the small tree he had descended into. All of Lin Yuan's consciousness converged on the roots of the small tree, where a black flame seemed to be burning. Go! Merge me into that world. Whispers reached him, and Lin Yuan seemed to see a colossal ancestral demon tree towering in the void. Branches of the ancestral demon tree swayed, dispersing seeds in every direction, which fell into a vast world. And the small tree Lin Yuan had descended into was one of those seeds that had grown. The ancestral demon tree, a foreign evil god, covets this world. Thus, it sent its seeds in, trying to merge completely and grow within, and eventually work in collusion with it to completely take over this world. Lin Yuan felt somewhat complicated. His identity this time in crossing over was not simple. He was the seed of a foreign evil god, the ancestral demon tree, and a last resort used to invade this world. But unfortunately, the seed of the foreign evil god's ancestral demon tree seemed somewhat inadaptable in this world. At least the small tree Lin Yuan descended into was like this, its trunk yellowed and withering, presenting an undernourished appearance. If Lin Yuan's consciousness had not descended, it probably wouldn't be long before it died of its own accord. The foreign evil god, Lin Yuan faintly perceived in a certain direction. Being the seed of the ancestral demon tree, despite the vast distance, Lin Yuan could sense the other's vast and deep, dread-inspiring aura. It doesn't matter. Right now, whether it's an evil god or not is not important to me. What's important is being able to stay alive. Lin Yuan's thoughts converged. Logically, as the seed of a foreign evil god, which is almost like its offspring, it wouldn't normally be in such a pitiable state. But as a foreign entity, and as a contingency of an evil god, it was innately suppressed by the world itself. Many of the talents and methods inherited from the ancestral demon tree could not be utilized. In such a situation, no matter how high the talent potential was, it could simply not grow up. Not to mention anything else. Invading a world is not an easy task. First and foremost, you need to face the resistance of the world itself. Lin Yuan silently thought to himself. Every world has its own consciousness, simply referred to as world consciousness. World consciousnesses vary in strength and nature, some are stingy, some are generous, but without exception, all world consciousnesses are extremely hostile to foreign life forms, especially powerful ones. Find more chapters on the foreign evil god's ancestral demon tree. Coveting this world certainly wasn't planning to coexist peacefully but wanted to drain the world's origin source for its own growth. So, the world itself certainly wouldn't agree. Apart from the world's resistance, the many powerhouses within the world would also vehemently resist. Name, Ancestral Demon Tree Seed, Lin Yuan. Identity, Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, Bound Talent, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Divine Power, Blood Rebirth, Current Status, Consciousness Descent, Remaining Duration of Stay, 600 years. The most important thing now is how to acquire a large amount of energy. Lin Yuan pondered in his heart. Even though he seemed to be a small tree, he was essentially an offspring of an evil god and could promote his own growth by devouring the life essence, blood, and souls of numerous beings. But in the current state of the small tree, let alone devour the life essence and souls of other beings, it would be fortunate enough not to be trampled by some passing ferocious beast. Slowly accumulating energy through exposure to sunlight is too slow, and basically no sunlight can be absorbed. Lin Yuan slightly extended his perception to his surroundings and found that there were ancient trees everywhere, monopolizing all the sunlight, moisture, and nutrients. Nature's spiritual energy? Lin Yuan also detected a gentle energy, akin to spiritual energy, filling the air around him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 331. But similarly, relying on instinct to absorb this energy, it was abnormally slow. Maybe it took hundreds of years just to grow a few meters? For the ancestral demon tree to want an inside out at the minimum cost to invade this world is simply unrealistic, he said. Lin Yuan sighed. From the current situation, he could also speculate on the circumstance of other demon tree seeds. They were either half dead like him now or had long since died due to various accidents. According to the initial memories of this sapling, that ancestor demon tree had scattered countless seeds into this world. Now alive, probably not many were left. Normal demon tree seeds, under the suppression of the world's will, simply cannot grow, but I am not a normal demon tree seed. Lin Yuan's thoughts fluctuated. Under the suppression of heaven and earth, demon tree seeds couldn't exhibit any innate talents. That's why it is now in such a sluggish state. But for Lin Yuan, if he couldn't exhibit innate talents, then he wouldn't. He just needed to create methods and abilities adapted to this heaven and earth, right? Although Lin Yuan had never seen any secret manuals of this world, the so-called secret manuals were just to save him some detours. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could directly perceive heaven and earth and comprehend the essential secrets of its operation to deduce the secret manuals he wanted. Such secret manuals, comprehended from heaven and earth, are completely adapted to the local world and will not be suppressed in the slightest. Let's begin the enlightenment. Lin Yuan steadied his spirit without the slightest hesitation. At this moment he didn't feel very safe. A sapling a little over 1 meter tall, unable to move, would have no power to resist if targeted by any herbivorous demonic beast. Even a fierce beast passing by occasionally could deal a devastating blow to Lin Yuan. Your understanding is against heaven. You observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. Your understanding is against heaven. You observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. Your understanding is against heaven. You observe the operation of heaven and earth, wishing to comprehend the laws of cultivation. After pondering continuously for half a month, Lin Yuan finally comprehended a cultivation method suitable for his current self. Huff! Lin Yuan slowly mobilized it, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge, flowing continuously from the bark into the branches, and was eventually completely absorbed. Comfortable, Lin Yuan only felt his entire tree body warm and cozy as if soaking in a hot spring. It's just that this method of cultivation is suitable for this early stage to transition, but in the later stages, it should be used less, Lin Yuan thought to himself silently. He was presently a little over 1 meter tall, capable of drawing in spiritual energy only within a few dozen meters at most. If he grew to several meters or even tens of meters, a single absorption could cause a fluctuation of spiritual energy in several miles radius. By then, it would attract the attention of powerful demonic beasts and perhaps even the true powerhouses of this world. With the characteristics of a demon tree seed, innately rejected by life in this world, exposure would lead to unimaginable consequences. If Lin Yuan wanted to survive, he could only keep a low profile. He absolutely could not expose himself without the power to sweep through everything. Based on my current speed of cultivation, in a few months, I should be able to control my trunk to hunt those demonic beasts, Lin Yuan estimated in his heart. As an offspring of a demon tree, he looked like a tree, but fundamentally differed from those immobile vegetation. In the beginning of his growth, he was completely suppressed by heaven and earth and didn't have any room to exert himself. Now Lin Yuan had a chance to breathe, and he could pass through the most difficult period by absorbing spiritual energy. Obviously things would get much easier afterward. Controlling branches to hunt prey was the most basic ability. And hunting prey, by absorbing the blood and soul of the prey, would increase Lin Yuan's growth rate even faster, without causing fluctuations in spiritual energy that could draw the attention of other beings. Several months later, a rabbit half a meter in size carefully approached from this direction. This rabbit, with soft fur and eyes that were actually purple, seemed extremely cute and harmless. However, demonic beasts that can live in the Black Mist Mountain range have basically nothing to do with being harmless. Such was the case with this rabbit. When it burst forth, its speed was extremely swift, surpassing even some of the avian demonic beasts. The purple-eyed rabbit slowly approached, its gaze fixed intently on a spot. There, amidst green leaves, spiritual energy visible to the naked eye circulated on the surface of the leaves. For the purple-eyed rabbit, this was an irresistible temptation. The purple-eyed rabbit did not possess high spiritual wisdom, but instinct told it that by consuming that leaf, it could undergo some sort of transformation. However, having lived in the Black Mist Mountain range all year round, the purple-eyed rabbit was innately highly vigilant, and even though the leaf was not far away, it did not approach immediately. Instead, it observed its surroundings carefully. Whoosh! After repeatedly confirming that there were no threatening demonic beasts nearby, the only thing beside it was a 3 to 4 meter tall tree with black bark and an unknown name. Finally, the purple-eyed rabbit relaxed its guard and, with a whoosh, pounced towards the leaf. However, explore new worlds at the next moment. The lush green leaf disappeared. In its place were more than a dozen black branches that coiled around the leaping purple-eyed rabbit like serpents. It was as if the purple-eyed rabbit had thrown itself into them if there were other demonic beasts present. Squeak, squeak, the purple-eyed rabbit struggled violently. Under the threat of death, all its potential burst forth, but regrettably, as the black branches wound tighter and tighter, the force of the purple-eyed rabbit's struggle grew weaker until its consciousness completely sank into darkness. Lin Yuan, having absorbed the purple-eyed rabbit's flesh, soul, and spiritual energy, began to sway his branches contentedly. Compared to absorbing spiritual energy from the environment, directly hunting and devouring flesh and soul sped up his growth significantly. A single purple-eyed rabbit was equivalent to Lin Yuan's arduous cultivation for half a month. You should know that this half a month of arduous cultivation was Lin Yuan's self-devised cultivation method. Without a cultivation method, a single purple-eyed rabbit might equate to several years or even decades of Lin Yuan's hard cultivation. Now, I finally have some ability to protect myself. After absorbing the purple-eyed rabbit's flesh and soul, Lin Yuan slightly relaxed. The lush green leaf he used to lure the purple-eyed rabbit was condensed from several months of continual absorption of spiritual energy through cultivation. It represented all of Lin Yuan's achievements during this period. To the leaf-reliant purple-eyed rabbits, it was akin to a wondrous treasure. In just a few days, Lin Yuan caught more than 10 purple-eyed rabbits using this method. I am now, Lin Yuan examined himself. Not visually, of course, but with his own perception. At this moment, Lin Yuan was nearly 3 meters tall, a significant growth from the less than 2 meters when his consciousness had first descended. As for strength, he could completely kill some strong demonic beasts, but for safety's sake, Lin Yuan still primarily targeted the purple-eyed rabbits. If I continue to grow, the innate abilities of the demon tree will gradually be unsealed and available for use, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The demon tree seed, when it first entered this world, was too weak, and so it was easily oppressed to death. But now, having survived the hardest period, Lin Yuan felt that his situation would become increasingly easier. In the time that followed, Lin Yuan continued using the lush green leaves as bait while seeking enlightenment, hunting the less intelligent purple-eyed rabbits, and even attracting and mercilessly dispatching other demonic beasts that gave him the opportunity and came to him willingly. Time passed, and after half a year and countless killings later, Lin Yuan's size had reached 7 to 8 meters, with hundreds of branches he could control. The purple-eyed rabbits within a couple of miles had almost been hunted to extinction by Lin Yuan. In a little while, I can consider changing locations. Lin Yuan made up his mind. Other trees would be immobile unless they became spirits, but Lin Yuan was different. He could easily change locations if he wished. Just as Lin Yuan contemplated moving in that direction, suddenly he felt a stir. He looked towards a certain direction. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 332. Over there, Lin Yuan's mind tensed up. Since his consciousness had descended into this world, Freeweb novel, calm Lin Yuan had only encountered various kinds of demonic beasts and feral creatures. As for others, he had seldom come into contact with them. The main reason was that Lin Yuan was located in the Yunwu mountain range, which was a paradise for demonic and feral beasts. Is someone coming? Lin Yuan extended his senses and discovered that a young man and woman were approaching from several miles away. Senior brother, choosing Yunwu mountain range as the place for our training expedition, isn't it too risky? The young woman said in a low, cautious voice. How do you capture tiger cubs without entering the tiger's den? Junior sister, nowadays our sect has brought out many foundational heritages to resist the invasion of the foreign evil god. As long as we can get through this training, we will gain great benefits and opportunities, the young man continued. Yunwu mountain range, although dangerous, those demonic beasts are much easier to deal with than the puppets of the foreign evil god. If we are afraid of these beasts, how will we deal with the foreign evil god in the future? What you say makes sense, senior brother. Hearing this, the young woman looked at the young man with admiration in her gaze. Several miles away, Lin Yuan cautiously observed the young couple. Due to the language barrier, Lin Yuan didn't know what they were actually saying, but through their expressions and behavior, he deduced that the young man and woman likely came from an external force. Equivalent to the second layer, probably disciples. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the time flow speed in this world compared to the main world was 600 to 1, which absolutely shouldn't be underestimated. The strongest might reach 7th rank peak. Read latest stories on. Since discovering the young man and woman, Lin Yuan spent most of his time observing them. Regarding making a move to capture them? Without thoroughly understanding the young couple's strengths, Lin Yuan absolutely would not make a move. Who knows if this young couple might have some powerful elder? Would killing them draw the attention of this elder? Lin Yuan's observation of the young couple was primarily to learn their language. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could generally learn anything after seeing and hearing it once. Learning a completely new language was no difficulty at all. He only needed to remember their pronunciation, and by recalling the tone and expressions used during those pronunciations, he could roughly figure it out. Tianqing World? Tianqing Great Alliance? Half a month later, Lin Yuan had eavesdropped a lot of useful information from the young couple. Firstly, this place was called Tianqing World, and currently, the strongest faction here was the Tianqing Great Alliance. The Tianqing Great Alliance was a colossal entity formed from countless forces within Tianqing World to counter the invasion of the foreign evil god. Indeed, the foreign evil god has already started their move, Lin Yuan pondered thoughtfully. Perhaps many years ago, the foreign evil god had started invading this world but had never succeeded. That's why the ancestral demon tree had scattered its countless seeds into Tianqing World, attempting to invade through other means. That alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Great Alliance, his strength must have reached the 7th rank, and he's not just any 7th rank. Lin Yuan often heard the young man speak admiringly of the alliance hierarch. Over the years of the foreign evil god's invasion, if it weren't for the alliance hierarch repeatedly stopping the chaos, the situation would likely be much worse than it is now, allowing them to leisurely enter the Black Mist Mountain range for training? They're returning. Lin Yuan gazed towards the young couple. After hunting several second-layer demonic beasts, the couple had completed their training task and planned to return to their sect to claim their rewards. Lin Yuan didn't stop them because there was no need. They hadn't noticed him, and making a move would only reveal his presence. Continue the hunt. Once the young couple had completely left, Lin Yuan resumed his hunting of the demonic beasts. Now reaching 7 to 8 meters in size, ordinary first or second layer beasts couldn't escape once they came within 100 meters, all becoming Lin Yuan's nourishment. Several days later, it's time to leave. Now that the surrounding demonic beasts had almost been hunted to extinction, to maintain his current rate of cultivation, he must move to another region to repeat the hunt. Lin Yuan looked towards the depths of Yunwu Mountain Range, planning to move in that direction. The closer to the depths of Yunwu Mountain Range, the denser the spiritual energy of heaven and earth became, and similarly, the stronger the demonic beasts, which naturally helped Lin Yuan even more. However, before leaving, it might be worth dealing with that group underground. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted towards the ground. Yunwu Mountain Range, one of the top 10 mountain ranges in Tianqing World, was vast and extensive, inhabited by countless demonic and feral beasts. A large portion of these beasts lived on the surface, yet still, there were traces of demonic beasts underground. The group Lin Yuan referred to was a group of Athrok mice. These rodent demonic beasts liked to live underground, leveraging their abilities to burrow countless tunnels, even building a rodent underground palace 100 meters below the surface. Essentially a rodent dynasty. Lin Yuan had discovered the traces of these Ithrock mice when he inadvertently entered a tunnel while exploring the underground with his roots, eventually finding their trails. Probably over 300 Ithrock mice, the Mouse King has second-layer strength, Lin Yuan thought. The size of the Ithrock mice was not smaller than that of a purple-eyed rabbit, close to half a meter, and the Ithrock Mouse King was even 2 meters in size. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 333 Like a Reckless Bull. Lin Yuan had waited until now to make a move because he hadn't been confident before. He was afraid that taking action would startle the Ithrock mouse group and cause most of them to escape. Over 300 Ithrock mice, so much flesh and soul, even without counting the Ithrock Mouse King, could greatly enhance Lin Yuan's strength. Not to mention, the Ithrock Mouse King built its nest here because of a strain of earth element elixir. Lin Yuan carefully sensed and discovered an extremely pure earth element spiritual power diffusing and spreading deep within 100 meters underground in the Rat Dynasty. Lin Yuan guessed that the reason the Ithrock Mouse King could grow to a 2-meter size was closely related to that strain of earth element elixir. Mine. All mine. Lin Yuan's eyes burned with fervor, and with a slight shift in his thoughts, hundreds of branches, as well as roots, began to approach the Rat Dynasty's location. Dozens of meters underground. Several tunnels ran in all directions, and gray Ithrock mice half a meter in size constantly moved back and forth along the tunnels, bringing all the food they could find back to the Rat King. Suddenly, at that moment, an Ithrock mouse suddenly stopped. It gently sniffed the air with its nose, sensing something. The next moment, before this Ithrock mouse could react, a black branch, as tough as refined iron, pierced through it. Squeak! The Ithrock mouse let out a miserable squeak, and soon its flesh and soul were completely devoured by the branch. It was the doom of the Ithrock mice. One after another, black branches continuously pierced through Ithrock mice, devouring their essence and souls, transforming it into their intrinsic strength in a virtuous cycle. Awesome! On the surface, Lin Yuan felt extremely fulfilled, a massive amount of Ithrock mice's essence and souls transforming into surging power, replenishing his own. If it were just a normal demon tree seed, it couldn't possibly devour so many Ithrock mice at once. It would have exploded. But Lin Yuan was different. As a 7th-rank evolver, he could rapidly absorb all the power under his control of the realm. For an evil god, there is some trick to it. As Lin Yuan devoured the Ithrock mice, he thought to himself. The devouring ability he displayed at this moment stemmed from the innate instinct of the demon tree seed, which was the power of the ancestral demon tree. Find your next adventure on this ability had almost no side effects. You see, even in the main world's devour-type evolution path, consuming flesh and soul would impact the purity of one's own soul. But the devouring power of the demon tree was extremely dominant. Be it flesh or soul, both were nutrients for itself. Unfortunately, once it reaches the 7th and 8th layer, what matters is the comprehension of rules, and the accumulation of energy is actually not that important. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. The scarlet spirit liquid from the Red Kuan lineage is the best example. The power of the demon tree seed has an almost cheat-like effect below the 7th rank but becomes much weaker once reaching the 7th rank. We're getting close to that Rat King's underground palace. Lin Yuan's expression became slightly serious. 100 meters underground. A small palace spanned across. This palace, constructed entirely of dirt, though lacking in details, was considered a very fine structure for rats. However, hiss! A black branch swept lightly like a black dragon, crushing 1/10 of the palace. Squeak, squeak! A 2-meter large Ithrock Mouse King sprang out, looking at the collapsing palace with a glimmer of anger in its eyes. As a 2nd-layer demonic beast, the Ithrock Mouse King had developed some intelligence, otherwise, it wouldn't have specifically built a palace to reside in. Seeing the palace destroyed, it naturally felt emotional turmoil. However, just as the Ithrock Mouse King was observing the black branch resembling a black dragon and considering how to attack it, boom boom boom, Several more black branches swept over once again. Startled, the Uthrock Mouse King quickly retreated. Squeak, squeak. The Uthrock Mouse King hurriedly squealed a few times. It signaled other Uthrock mice to come and protect it. However, no matter how the Uthrock Mouse King called, only a few Uthrock mice came. And they had just arrived when they were pierced by the black branches and rapidly turned to dust. Run! Although the Uthrock Mouse King had second layer strength, seeing this scene, where would it dare stay any longer? He instinctively wanted to run. In the depths of the palace, there was a tunnel personally dug by the Uthrock Mouse King. Connected to another place, as long as he emerged from that tunnel, the Uthrock Mouse King had the possibility to escape to freedom. Before the Uthrock Mouse King could run far, he was surrounded by black branches that rushed over. The Uthrock Mouse King instinctively activated his life-saving measures. A dull yellow light rose from his body. But facing the continuous attack of hundreds of black branches, the dull yellow light on the Uthrock Mouse King's body eventually shattered, and the 2-meter-sized Uthrock Mouse King became nourishment for Lin Yuan's growth. This is comfortable, Lin Yuan exhaled softly, the branches swaying slightly. The second layer Uthrock Mouse King was definitely the most delicious life that Lin Yuan had devoured since his arrival. The ample blood energy and fearful soul brought pleasure to both Lin Yuan's body and mind. That's about it. Let's see what that earth element elixir is. Lin Yuan's controlled black branches cleared the underground battlefield and eventually reached the deepest part of the underground palace where the Uthrock Mouse King resided. There, a palm-sized spiritual plant was growing. Under the leaves of the spiritual plant hang several spirit fruits the size of a little finger, with faint vibrations of earth element spiritual power emanating from them. Is this the earth element elixir that could catalyze a second-layer Rat King? Lin Yuan inspected it carefully. He did not recognize what this spiritual medicine was. But it didn't matter, as he was going to directly swallow it anyway. There was no difference. Lin Yuan was just curious about what the mystery was behind such a small spiritual medicine. Let's eat it. Without hesitation, Lin Yuan's black branches swept in, directly devouring all the spiritual power and essence of that spiritual medicine. Done. Everything is finished. We can leave now. After devouring the Uthrock Mouse horde and that spiritual medicine, Lin Yuan was fully satisfied and began to control the roots, slowly moving towards the depths of the Yunwu mountain range. Although the demon tree could move on its own and was not confined to a specific location, its speed was not very fast. To avoid being noticed by other demonic beasts, Lin Yuan moved whenever there were no other demonic beasts passing nearby. Half a month later, Lin Yuan successfully entered deep into the Yunwu mountain range. This area was already the outer layer deep within the mountain range, with abundant spiritual power, and the number of demonic beasts also increased. Flutter. As Lin Yuan's branches swayed, he devoured hundreds of Uthrock mice, including the Uthrock Mouse King and the Earth Element Elixir. Lin Yuan's body size soared to over 10 meters. The pitch-black main trunk and leaves emitted a chilling essence. As the offspring of the demon tree, Lin Yuan was naturally aligned with the evil faction. This won't do. I need to disguise my aura. Lin Yuan thought, if he continued to exude an evil aura, he could forget about hunting, which demonic beast would dare to approach. It shouldn't be difficult to develop a secret technique to conceal and disguise one's aura. Lin Yuan began to comprehend again, creating a breath-hiding secret technique based on the characteristics of the demon tree itself. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Your perception defies the heavens, you feel your own aura circulating, attempting to create a breath-hiding secret technique. Several days later, Lin Yuan successfully developed a breath-hiding secret technique. Upon activation, his evil aura began to converge. Instead, it emitted a harmless aura. Under these circumstances, some passing birds unwittingly stopped to rest on Lin Yuan's branches. Not bad, not bad. Lin Yuan had no interest in those frail birds. These birds hardly had any life force, and he was too lazy to even bother devouring them. That wolf demon over there? Lin Yuan's perception spread out and discovered several miles away, there was a den of wolves. The leader of the wolves was 7 to 8 meters in size, resembling a small hill. Just like that, time rapidly passed by. In the blink of an eye, 50 years had passed since Lin Yuan arrived in this world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 334 Outside the Black Mist Mountain Range. As one of the top 10 mountain ranges in the Tianqing world, no one knows how many demonic beasts and ancient medicines exist within the Black Mist Mountain Range. And these, to many cultivators, are undoubtedly endless treasures. However, 283 years ago, the foreign evil god invaded, and countless evil god puppets entered the Tianqing world. The various forces of the Tianqing world, under the threat of life and death, immediately formed the Tianqing Alliance, setting aside all grievances, gathering all their strength, to fend off the evil god puppets outside the world. As a result, most cultivators went to the battlefield to fight against the evil god puppets. The number of cultivators entering the Black Mist Mountain Range became much fewer, mostly consisting of the weaker younger generation. But even so, at the entrance of the Black Mist Mountain Range, many cultivators would still come and go every day. It was foreseeable how prosperous the Black Mist Mountain Range was before the invasion of the foreign evil god. Have you noticed, in the past few decades, the number of demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain Range has decreased a lot? Indeed, when I used to enter the Black Mist Mountain Range, I had to be extremely careful. At any moment, I could encounter a demonic beast, but now, it's rare to meet any formidable demonic beasts. What could be the reason? Could it be a problem with the kings deep within the Black Mist Mountain Range? At the entrance of the Black Mist Mountain Range, some cultivators were conversing in low voices. They often entered the range and could notice the changes happening within. The kings deep in the Black Mist Mountain Range. It's unlikely, right? Those kings with noble bloodlines and long lifespans, would they encounter any problems? In the past, every few decades, those kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range would command countless demonic beasts to initiate beast tides. But since the invasion of the foreign evil god, the powerful demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range have become much more docile. It's not that those kings have problems, but the number of powerful demonic beasts has decreased. Could it be the doing of those kings? After all, the ones that can command many demonic beasts are only those kings. That makes sense. Many cultivators were discussing animatedly the reduction in the number of powerful demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain Range had a certain impact on them, making it difficult to hunt valuable demonic beasts. But if it really was the doing of those kings, there was nothing they could do about it. Those kings are powerful and have profound foundations. Even during normal times, the cultivators on the human side couldn't contend with them, only able to set up contracts. Besides, most of the human forces are now focused on resisting the invasion of the foreign evil god. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain Range, a tree about 30 or 40 meters tall stood quietly there, with pitch-black branches and vines hanging down, and the canopy emitted specks of green light. This tree, though a bit strange and slightly different from normal ancient trees, was growing in the Black Mist Mountain Range, where it was common to have trees of peculiar varieties. However, upon close observation, one would realize that within 10 to 100 miles around this ancient tree, not a single demonic beast could be found. Although its aura was peaceful and warm, it faintly had an unnerving scent. 50 years, Lin Yuan sighed. Of course, in his current state, he couldn't truly sigh, only the branches gently swayed a few times. These past 50 years had been a period of rapid growth for Lin Yuan. With countless demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range as nourishment, Lin Yuan lived comfortably, and after a tough initial period, he grew stronger every day. My current size now, Lin Yuan examined himself, his height now reaching 30 or 40 meters. Yet, this height was the result of Lin Yuan's utmost suppression. If he didn't hold back, he could easily exceed 100 meters and stand out alarmingly within the Black Mist Mountain range. It might even attract the attention of the Tianqing Alliance leader and several Vice Alliance hierarchs. If that happened, Lin Yuan's true identity would most likely be exposed. If the Tianqing Alliance leader learned that an offspring of the ancestral demon tree had infiltrated into the deep rear of their world, believe it or not, they would likely temporarily abandon their gains and losses on the battlefield, focusing all their strength first on dealing with Lin Yuan. One must secure one's own country before attacking others. The rationale was not hard to understand. Though the height of the demon tree was only 30 or 40 meters now. Its roots, however, had already spread tens of thousands of miles underground. If Lin Yuan wished, with a single thought, he could attack from any position within tens of thousands of miles. The roots of plants and trees are always much larger than their trunks. Although the demon tree wasn't entirely a tree, it had the abilities that trees possess. Within a few thousand miles, Lin Yuan carefully sensed around. With the help of his roots, he could control everything within tens of thousands of miles. Even with the extended sensation of the roots, he could detect information tens or hundreds of thousands of miles away. Read latest stories on the deepest kings? Lin Yuan's perception spread out, exploring towards the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. That place was a forbidden zone for all demonic beasts, where the kings of the Black Mist Mountain range resided. Within Lin Yuan's perception, at the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, stood a reddish ancient phoenix tree. At the top of the phoenix tree, there was a giant nest, and a golden red feathered bird was sleeping. Vermilion bird? Or a phoenix? Lin Yuan did not make any rash moves. He observed secretly for a while, then slowly retreated. Free Webble. See, after 50 years of cultivation in terms of combat power, I should be a match for a 6th rank evolver in the main world. The cultivation system of a demon tree is completely different from that of the martial Tao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 335. Lin Yuan fell into deep thought. Of course, although he had not cultivated the martial path evolutionary path, this did not affect Lin Yuan's ability to use his against heaven's understanding to infer and perfect the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. Moreover, some essences of the demon tree were highly referential to the martial path evolutionary path and could be perfectly integrated into it. Outer domain battlefield of evil gods. Lin Yuan's gaze drifted towards the outer domain. Under the instinctive perception from the demon tree, there was an abyss-like aura there, precisely the location of the ancestral demon tree. The ancestral demon tree wants to invade this world, but it's not going smoothly, Lin Yuan thought to himself. 50 years had passed, and he had not sensed the ancestral demon tree advancing even a bit. It was clearly blocked. For the invader, this was a disadvantage. The Tianqing world had the backing of an entire world that could continuously send cultivators to resist. And the ancestral demon tree? Even as a foreign evil god with a strong essence, it was, after all, just an individual. In terms of foundation, it simply couldn't compete with a complete world. For now, it has nothing to do with me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. In this traversal, he had 600 years to stay in this world. So far, only 50 had passed, not even 1/10, and he still had plenty of time to cultivate. The deadlock between the Tianqing world and the ancestral demon tree was a good thing for Lin Yuan. If the latter were to come to this world before Lin Yuan had grown to surpass the ancestral demon tree, it would be bad. That's why over these 50 years, Lin Yuan had devoured countless demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain range but had deliberately avoided human cultivators. One reason was the fear of being discovered to be abnormal. The other was his reluctance to weaken the strength of human cultivators. As of now, Lin Yuan still needed countless cultivators from the Tianqing Alliance to sacrifice their lives in resisting the invasion of the ancestral demon tree, buying him time to grow. However, recently I have awakened a power of the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan's mind stirred, and the branches of the demon tree swayed, as a gray and plain seed floated before him. Demon Tree Seed. Lying beyond the domain, the ancestral demon tree constantly scattered seeds that turned into evil god puppets, battling against the powerhouses of the Tianqing world. As the legitimate offspring of the ancestral demon tree, once Lin Yuan grew to a certain extent and escaped the world's suppression, he could naturally produce seeds. Lin Yuan gazed at the grayish seed before him, the seed of the demon. Up to now, Lin Yuan had perceived three functions of the demon seed. The first was to directly transform into a demon puppet. That was the method currently used by the ancestral demon tree, using its vast primordial qi to nurture the demon seeds, making them quickly grow into evil god puppets. The second was parasitism, where the demon seed could parasitize within a living being, thereby controlling it. The third was natural growth, by scattering seeds onto fertile soil, where the seeds would take root and sprout. Lin Yuan's predecessor, the demon tree, was bred using the third method by the ancestral demon tree. Each method had its advantages and disadvantages, but only the third method could truly be regarded as offspring of the ancestral demon tree, capable of inheriting some of the ancestral demon tree's innate abilities. Your journey continues on. The first function of the demon seed is of no use to me. Lin Yuan shook his head slightly. Using his own primordial qi to nurture the growth of the demon tree seed was not suitable for the current Lin Yuan. What kind of being was the ancestral demon tree? Dominating beyond the domain and amassing a robust accumulation, it dared to use its vast primordial qi to nurture demon seeds. But how many years had Lin Yuan accumulated? Besides, if he had sufficient primordial qi, Lin Yuan would directly enhance himself instead of cultivating something like puppets. And the third effect of the demon seed was even more unnecessary. Even the seeds of the ancestral demon tree, scattered to the Tianqing world, mostly died, not to mention the seeds of Lin Yuan, offspring of the ancestral demon tree. Parasitism. Lin Yuan pondered over the second function of the demon seed. It could parasitize within a certain living creature, controlling it. This ability required many prerequisite conditions, the most important being that the host had no ability to resist. Otherwise, the parasitism would fail. Lin Yuan's mind stirred. Thousands of miles away, a purple-eyed rabbit cautiously poked its head out, gazing at a spiritual herb not far away with a hint of longing in its eyes. Whoosh! The purple-eyed rabbit looked around, didn't spot any danger, and with a whoosh, it lunged towards the spiritual herb. However, just at that moment, a black tree trunk protruded from the ground, directly capturing the purple-eyed rabbit and pulling it back underground. It was all over in just a moment. Purple-eyed rabbit then appeared in front of Lin Yuan. Squeak, squeak. The purple-eyed rabbit emitted a trembling sound as it looked at the massive figure in front of it, continuously turning in circles where it stood. "I'll use you to test the parasitic effect," Lin Yuan said. Lin Yuan watched the purple-eyed rabbit as a dusty gray seed fell down and precisely landed on the rabbit. Buzz! The purple-eyed rabbit collapsed to the ground with a thud, and that dusty gray demon tree seed quickly permeated the purple-eyed rabbit's head. A moment later, the purple-eyed rabbit was thoroughly controlled. It stood up stiffly and emitted a deeply respectful spiritual wave of submission toward Lin Yuan. This feeling. Lin Yuan observed the purple-eyed rabbit, and under his control, it continuously performed various actions, whether rolling or running. "It's not bad," Lin Yuan nodded slightly. At this time, the purple-eyed rabbit was not dead. It was still alive, but it had been replaced by the demon tree seed. "It's just... this is too obvious." Lin Yuan looked at the purple-eyed rabbit. The rabbit, parasitized by the demon seed, had stiff limbs, a dull gaze, and even its movements gave off a sluggish illusion. It would be easy for others to notice something was amiss. No wonder the ancestral demon tree did not utilize the seed's parasitic ability. It is indeed somewhat limited, Lin Yuan thought to himself. The parasitic ability of the demon tree seed, although it does not require the expenditure of primordial qi to activate, has many limitations. The first of these is that the host must not resist. If they are unable to resist, why not kill them and consume them directly? Why waste energy on parasitism? Moreover, after parasitism, while certainly under control, the manifestation is extremely obvious. In the Tianqing world, it would be difficult for powerful beings not to notice. However, this parasitic ability, can I possibly improve and perfect it with against heaven's understanding? Lin Yuan mused and fell into brief thought. Right after his arrival in this world, Lin Yuan, with against heaven's understanding, devised a method suited for cultivating with the demon tree seed. Now with this demon tree seed, Lin Yuan could certainly perform improvements. Of course, the demon tree seed is a natural ability of the demon tree, for a novel. Improving and perfecting it would be difficult, but with against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could still give it a try. In the following period, Lin Yuan focused on 4 areas. One was to continue enhancing his own strength, consuming more demonic and fierce beasts, propelling his own growth. 2 was to perfect the martial path evolutionary path 7th rank chapter. 3 was to comprehend the remaining core space models. Though he lost the environment of frequent spatial fluctuations like those in the battlefields of different species, Lin Yuan's speed in comprehending core space models decreased. But Lin Yuan now had more time. With 600 years of residency and against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could raise his comprehension of space rules to an unimaginable level. As for 4, it was to attempt improving the demon tree seed. Even though for the ancestral demon tree, the demon tree seed was an extremely important method, Lin Yuan still planned to spend some energy and time on this aspect. He would be delighted with any gains, even if there were none in the end, there would be no loss. Time again passed by. Suddenly it was another period later. Deep within the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's form rose another 10 meters. The demon tree was now nearly reaching a height of 50 meters, with dangling branches and swaying canopy, extremely extraordinary. This was even with Lin Yuan greatly suppressing its growth. If he had allowed it to grow freely, the demon tree would be at least hundreds or thousands of meters tall by now. It's important to note that the ancestral demon tree in the outer domain didn't know how many tens of thousands of meters tall it was, and millions upon millions of demon tree seeds grew on just one of its branches. Otherwise, it would not have been able to contend with the Tianqing world until now. For now, I've reached a temporary limit in strength. From now on, consuming ordinary demonic beasts would not yield much effect. Lin Yuan's spiritual waves slowly expanded as he gazed into the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range. That was the location of the supreme king of the Black Mist Mountain range. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 336 The King of the Black Mist Mountain Range was the most powerful demonic beast in the entire range. They belonged to a noble lineage and had long lifespans, yet most of their time was spent in slumber. 10 years ago, Lin Yuan had secretly observed a king, which resembled a phoenix and a vermilion bird, sleeping atop a crimson phoenix tree. However, at the time, Lin Yuan was not confident in dealing with that king. Of course, Lin Yuan's dealing meant to do so unnoticed. The 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range all had to be confronted without causing any major disturbances, otherwise alarming other kings could lead to unpredictable consequences. It's about time, Lin Yuan thought to himself. All 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range possessed strength ranging from the 6th rank to the 6th rank peak. Now Lin Yuan, also within the 6th rank, should be on par with them in terms of sheer power. Even if one side could win, it would undoubtedly come at a great cost, and it was totally impossible not to alert the other kings. But this only applied to a normal demon tree. Lin Yuan was no ordinary demon tree. Besides the multiple abilities of a demon tree, he also had insights into the space rules, the Tai Yin Tai Yang rule, and the rule of power. With Lin Yuan's current application of the space rules, it was completely normal for him to create a spatial prison with a wave of his hand, cutting off heaven and earth. This was also the reason Lin Yuan now dared to make a move against the kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. Don't hold back, end the battle quickly. Lin Yuan was determined to ensure this attack went smoothly. The main body of the demon tree was slowly moving towards the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. At the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, a valley connected to the subterranean fire veins, making the air intensely hot. In the center of the valley, a crimson phoenix tree stood towering, and at its top, a nest housed a bird resembling a phoenix and a vermilion bird asleep inside. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Just then, dozens of black branches quickly approached from all directions, leaving no blind spots, surrounding the nest at the top of the phoenix tree. The next moment, the cold black branches were all incinerated into nothingness by flames. Screech! At the top of the phoenix tree, within the nest, the phoenix silently opened its eyes. Who is it? Have you forgotten the pact? The phoenix emitted a terrifying psychic fluctuation, and infinite flames began to permeate the air. Human cultivators and the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range had once made a covenant to not interfere with each other. The demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range were not to create disturbances behind the backs of the human cultivators while they resisted the foreign evil god. The 8 kings had no objections to this point. Although the demonic beasts and humans were 2 different races, they shared the same world. If the foreign evil god broke through, countless demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range would suffer as well. Therefore, for the past 200 or 300 years, the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range suppressed many demonic beasts, not even starting a single beast tide, all to coordinate with the human cultivators. Of course, the covenant not only restricted the 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range but also the human cultivators from disturbing the king's slumber. But now, the Phoenix King did not know what these black branches were, but they definitely did not come from the demonic beasts of the Black Mist Mountain Range. As a king, the Phoenix King's noble lineage exerted a supreme oppressive force on other demonic beasts. Those beasts trembled at its sight, so how could they dare to make a move? Thus, the Phoenix King concluded that this must be the work of a human cultivator. This made the Phoenix King even more furious. It had faithfully followed the pact, yet the humans had attacked it. Die, die! The Phoenix King, enraged, churned its phoenix flames, turning approaching black branches into nothingness. Time slowly passed. Almost half a day had slipped by in an instant. At first, the Phoenix King was exceptionally excited. It didn't remember the last time it had exerted full power like this. Beings like the kings of the demonic beasts could not act rashly, or else they would attract the attention of the human cultivators, especially during this critical period against the foreign evil god. But I didn't initiate this. You humans provoked me, so it's fine for me to act, right? I can even go and hold your alliance hierarch accountable. The more the Phoenix King thought about it, the more excited it became. The alliance hierarch of the Tianqing Alliance was extremely powerful, and had many treasures in his collection, one of which the Phoenix King greatly desired. Previously, the Phoenix King was too embarrassed to ask for it since there was no reason, but now that the humans had broken the pact, it had every reason to demand it. Your next read awaits it, something isn't right. While the Phoenix King was generating phoenix flames, waves of black branches were incinerated, one batch after another, with no sign of stopping. What exactly is going on? The Phoenix King began to panic. It wasn't panicking over the unceasing black branches. Although each of these black branches were extraordinarily sturdy, they still couldn't withstand its phoenix flames. It could handle even more as long as it had the strength and stamina. The Phoenix King was panicking because it had been counterattacking for so long, yet why hadn't the other 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range come to help? The power of the phoenix flames was immense, causing great disturbances. Reaching such a length of time with the phoenix flames should have alerted the entire Black Mist Mountain Range to what was happening here. Those 7 old fellows definitely should have felt it. Given this, they should have come over by now. The Phoenix King didn't understand. The 8 kings of the Black Mist Mountain Range always had a rule to look out for one another, supporting each other when one was in trouble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 337. This is also a key reason why the Black Mist Mountain Range still exists to this day, and why it hasn't been flattened by human cultivators. Even the demon beast kings from the other 9 mountain ranges have similar rules. In Tianqing world, all demonic beasts are subtly united, managing to withstand the oppression of the human race. But now, the Phoenix King surveyed his surroundings. Even if those 7 old fellows are just watching the show and are too lazy to come over, the human cultivators outside the mountain range should have noticed what's happening here, and under normal circumstances, they would have already sent someone to check it out. This is not good. The Phoenix King no longer paid attention to the black branches shooting toward him from all directions. Instead, he spread his wings and soared into the sky, trying to leave the Black Mist Mountain range. However, as the Phoenix King shot tens of miles high into the air, he seemed to hit some barrier, and his form came to an abrupt halt. What is this? The Phoenix King scrutinized the barrier in front of him. Then, following the barrier, he looked in all directions. Upon close inspection, the Phoenix King was shocked to find that he had fallen into a huge spatial prison. Above, below, left, and right were all the same. Just like a caged bird. Shrink the space near the Phoenix King by 100-fold, 1,000-fold, or even 10,000-fold, and you'll find a place as big as the palm of your hand, with the Phoenix King's giant form now the size of an ant, frantically probing the surroundings like a headless fly. This is the spatial prison, made up of the 1st core spatial model, the 13th core spatial model, the 21st core spatial model, the 30th core spatial model, the 33rd core spatial model. And combined into a space-killing move, Lin Yuan looked down at the Phoenix King, who was desperately trying to escape within the spatial prison. Similar to the instantaneous movement ability, the spatial prison is another application of different core spatial models, compressing space to confine the enemy and a section of the nearby space to the size of a palm. Using the power of space to create a spatial barrier, unless the enemy's understanding of space exceeds his own, or the force they invoke is more than 10 times stronger than Lin Yuan's, it is very difficult for them to escape. According to Lin Yuan's observation of this Phoenix King, although it resembles the divine bird, the vermilion bird, it fundamentally differs from the true phoenix and has a low understanding of space. Space rules. Lin Yuan sighed lightly. No wonder the main world human civilization alliance requires a deep understanding of space rules to advance to an 8th layer evolver. Without the understanding of space rules, facing a master of such, one wouldn't even know how they died. Now, drain its energy first, wait until its physical strength, essence, and primordial chi are exhausted before making a move. Lin Yuan looked at the Phoenix King, now the size of an ant within the palm-sized space, and patiently waited. After all, with the Phoenix King now in his grasp, there was no need for a head-on collision. The heat of the Phoenix flames is indeed terrifying and showed a tendency to subdue Lin Yuan. Days later, the Phoenix King's expression was grave, and his aura had significantly weakened. This space. The Phoenix King was beginning to realize something. The space it saw was no longer normal but a prison. Who could it be? Such technique. Could it be the Tianqing Alliance leader? But why attack me with the foreign evil god still unresolved? The Phoenix King felt uneasy. Suddenly, at that moment, the space in all directions began to shatter. Seeing this, the Phoenix King's face lit up with joy, and instinctively, it stretched its wings, trying to fly away. Bang! A pitch-black tree trunk pressed down, and numerous black branches swiftly entwined. What is this? The Phoenix King's eyes widened as the tree trunks binding it were now immensely more powerful than the branches it had initially burned to nothingness with its phoenix flames. Who exactly are you? The Phoenix King could only feel that the branches entwining it were voraciously consuming its blood, essence, and soul. In its last moments of consciousness, looking along the branches, it caught sight of a 50-meter-tall ancient tree. The ancient tree exuded a vast, ancient aura while subtly emanating madness and evil. You're not a creature of this world, you are the foreign evil god, you are the ancestral demon tree. The Phoenix King's mind was engulfed by tumultuous waves. Although it had never seen the foreign evil god or the ancestral demon tree, the aura emitted by Lin Yuan at this moment was distinctly different from the creatures of Tianqing world. Has the foreign evil god already infiltrated the Tianqing world? This thought surfaced in the Phoenix King's mind as its consciousness quickly succumbed to darkness. Inhale. Exhale. All the vast blood, essence, and soul of the Phoenix King were devoured by Lin Yuan. Although the Phoenix King's comprehension of space rules wasn't profound, its blood and essence were extremely abundant and of high quality, greatly nourishing and enhancing the demon tree. In addition, the Phoenix King's soul was exquisite, surpassing the combined souls of countless demonic beasts and fierce beasts that Lin Yuan had previously devoured. While savoring the taste, Lin Yuan could suddenly sense 7 mighty presences rising from the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range. Enjoy exclusive adventures from these were the remaining 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. 4 days as the Phoenix King's presence vanished. Initially, these 7 kings thought the Phoenix King was cultivating some secret technique, hence they did not probe further. After all, in the eyes of these 7 kings, there were only a few individuals in the entire Tianqing world capable of silently dealing with the Phoenix King. And those few individuals were currently fending off the foreign evil god and would definitely not make a move. Therefore, these 7 kings had been somewhat negligent. But now, days had gone by, and the Phoenix King's aura had still not reappeared. Only then did the 7 kings sense something amiss. By the time they joined forces and headed to the Phoenix King's wind nest, if you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 338. Surprisingly, he discovered that the phoenix tree where the wind nest was located, as well as the valley, had completely vanished. Thus came the scene, where 7 kings jointly erupted with their aura, searching for the Phoenix King. It still triggered the vigilance of the other 7 kings. Lin Yuan concealed his aura and silently observed the positions of those 7 kings. Eventually realizing that they had converged together and were no longer separated, he sighed to himself. With this spatial prison he was currently using, confining 1 king would be no problem. 2 or 3 would be somewhat manageable, but 7, that would be somewhat beyond his abilities. There were 2 ways to break Lin Yuan's spatial prison. One was to have a spatial comprehension that surpassed Lin Yuan's. The other was to exert a force more than 10 times that of Lin Yuan. Under the combined full force of the 7 kings, leveraging their innate bloodline talents, the power they burst forth with was indeed more than 10 times that of Lin Yuan at the moment. Let's take it slow. If need be, he'll just spend more time understanding more core spatial models, then go deal with them. Lin Yuan comforted himself internally. In the following time, he planned to continue lying low, until he completely surpassed those 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. Outside the Tianqing world, at an unknown height, spans countless branches of the ancestral demon tree, its terrifying and malevolent power permeating tens of thousands of miles around. These ants, the ancestral demon tree, looked down at a battlefield next to the Tianqing world, where countless evil god puppets charged towards the inside of the world. But they were all blocked by the powerhouses within the Tianqing world. On the battlefield, a man in a blue robe was seated cross-legged, with a stone sword floating in front of him. If it weren't for the protection of the world, the ancestral demon tree stared at the stone sword for a while, thinking unwillingly. It's better to say that it was stopped by the countless powerhouses of the Tianqing world, rather than by the world itself. Both the resilient world barrier and that stone sword came from the Tianqing world itself. Just as the ancestral demon tree was considering whether to abandon this world, it suddenly sensed something under a casual induction. Decades ago, I expended Origin Source to scatter hundreds of thousands of seeds within the Tianqing world, and 1 seed managed to survive? The ancestral demon tree was somewhat astonished. Your next chapter awaits on. Initially, to open a rift in the Tianqing world, it had paid a price and subsequently scattered hundreds of thousands of seeds inside, aiming to create chaos in the backlands of the Tianqing world. Unfortunately, the ancestral demon tree still underestimated the suppression by the world itself. The hundreds of thousands of seeds it scattered did not grow, and with the passage of time, they successively died. The ancestral demon tree had already resigned itself to this fate. But now, it sensed that 1 seed had survived. This sensation was very weak due to the interference of the world barrier, but as its offspring, The ancestral demon tree was very certain. Interesting. The ancestral demon tree pondered for a moment, then once again expended origin source. Following the indistinct connection, its consciousness began to cross over. Deep in the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan was assimilating the blood and spirit of the Phoenix King. At that moment, in the root area of the demon tree, the mass of pitch-black flames suddenly began to boil. The next moment, a spiritual fluctuation transmitted out from within the pitch-black flame. You survived! This spiritual fluctuation, though faint, was extremely profound. Almost instantly, Lin Yuan reacted that this spiritual fluctuation came from the ancestral demon tree outside the world. What to do now? Lin Yuan thought rapidly. Relying on the spiritual fluctuation from the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan judged that the other party was not aware of his specific situation. Lin Yuan's situation was far from being merely about surviving. He was nearly dominating the Black Mist Mountain range. Ancestor. Lin Yuan's tone was slightly respectful, as befits the posture of a legitimate descendant of the ancestral demon tree. I have indeed survived, but my current situation is rather difficult. I urgently need ancestors' help. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 339. Lin Yuan had never overlooked the ancestral demon tree because it was the progenitor of his own demon tree. The ancestral demon tree possessed an unimaginable control over any demon tree that grew from a demon seed. Read exclusive adventures that even if they were separated by an entire world, it could still perceive him vaguely, and with a price, exert even more methods. This was precisely why, after sensing that the ancestral demon tree was trying to contact him, Lin Yuan didn't make a move. Instead, he honestly portrayed the image of a demon tree that had snuck into the backlands of Tianqing world, surviving through hardships. Of course, Lin Yuan had also prepared for the worst-case scenario. If the ancestral demon tree noticed his abnormalities, growing to the 6th rank peak in just a few decades, the ancestral demon tree, unless it was a fool, would realize something was amiss. But obviously, that hadn't happened, or the ancestral demon tree's first words wouldn't have been, "You survived." Actually, this was also normal. If the ancestral demon tree truly had the capability, despite being separated by a world, to completely understand everything about its offspring, it would willingly lower its consciousness instead of helplessly watching hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds perish in the Tianqing world. Since he had decided to play the role of a loyal demon tree, Lin Yuan naturally wouldn't refrain from making demands. Lin Yuan clearly understood the purpose of the ancestral demon tree scattering hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds into Tianqing world at a cost. It was to throw the Tianqing world's rear into chaos, and even become a guiding mark for the ancestral demon tree whose true body was outside the world. Yet under the suppression of the world, almost all of the hundreds of thousands of demon tree seeds had perished. If not for the consciousness descent of Lin Yuan, this demon tree would have died long ago. Thus, in the current Tianqing world, Lin Yuan had become the ancestral demon tree's only lone survivor. As long as the ancestral demon tree was thinking straight and still had designs on Tianqing world, it would inevitably take some actions to support Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan died, then the ancestral demon tree would have to fall back on whittling away at the front lines to descend upon Tianqing world. According to the intelligence Lin Yuan had gathered over the years, the ancestral demon tree, facing the united forces of countless powerhouses from the Tianqing alliance outside the Tianqing world, was not gaining any advantage. In front of the Tianqing alliance, backed by a whole world, the ancestral demon tree, lacking any advantage, was effectively at a disadvantage and could not prolong the stalemate indefinitely. The situation is very bad. The ancestral demon tree did not doubt Lin Yuan's words. What a joke! Almost all of the hundreds of thousands of demon seeds had died. Saying the situation was very bad was already putting it mildly. The actual situation was probably dire and desperate. Indeed, the ancestral demon tree had underestimated the suppression of the Tianqing world. "How do you want me to help you?" The ancestral demon tree asked Lin Yuan, following the connection between progenitor and offspring. As long as Lin Yuan was still alive, its initial plotting wouldn't be all for naught, and it would have another possibility of descending upon Tianqing world. At this thought, the ancestral demon tree couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. For 300 years, it had been in a deadlock with the Tianqing alliance, unable to make progress, and even considered giving up on Tianqing world. After all, with the current situation, continuing the stalemate would not bring any change. Tianqing world was certainly a great supplement for it, but it had to be within reach. However, now Lin Yuan's survival had given it hope. Once Lin Yuan grew strong enough, it could simply create a direct space channel to the interior of Tianqing world, with the cooperation of Lin Yuan and the connection between progenitor and offspring. By then, with its essence as a foreign evil god, Tianqing world would have no power to resist, and everything would become its nourishment. "Ancestor, I want flesh, I want souls," Lin Yuan immediately said. This was also in line with the typical demands of a demon tree. The growth of a demon tree did not need the support of a realm. As long as there was sufficient flesh and souls, it could rapidly improve. Essentially, the demon tree originated from the ancestral demon tree. The former was an extension of the latter. Flesh and souls. The ancestral demon tree fell silent. Its true body was outside the world. Where was it supposed to find flesh and souls for Lin Yuan? Even if it really acquired flesh and souls, it wouldn't be able to send them in. Fine. Only this left to do. The ancestral demon tree pondered carefully for a moment. A decision had been made in its mind. Stimulated by the ancestral demon tree, a large mass of its demon essence split away. The demon essence was the most core power of the ancestral demon tree. Similarly, the demon essence was interconnected with the ancestral demon tree and its various methods with the offspring demon trees. With the connection between progenitor and offspring, the ancestral demon tree could transfer a portion of its demon essence to the offspring demon tree. Do bear in mind, the ancestral demon tree had never before bestowed origin power upon an offspring demon tree because it simply didn't pay off. If Lin Yuan weren't of great use to it, crucial to whether it could consume Tianqing world, the ancestral demon tree would definitely not pay such a price. This mass of demon essence could create an army of over 1 million evil god puppets. Deep in the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan patiently awaited the ancestral demon tree's response. Did I ask for too much? The silence of the ancestral demon tree made Lin Yuan feel somewhat puzzled. But the next moment, within the base region, amidst the cluster of burning pitch-black flames, a mass of dark power slowly emerged. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 340. What is this? Lin Yuan was startled in his heart. At the moment this deep-colored power appeared, he felt his body begin to tremble, generating a kind of yearning. It was the origin source of the ancestral demon tree. For a demon tree like himself, it was the power he most desired to absorb. It was countless times stronger than those flesh and souls. Devouring flesh and souls required the transformation through the demon tree itself. But the origin source of the ancestral demon tree, that was the purest power, which could nearly infinitely increase the strength of the demigod progeny. Theoretically, as long as this kind of power was sufficient, the demigod progeny could completely grow to the level of the ancestral demon tree. This massive origin source will be enough for your cultivation for a while. Do not disappoint me. The spiritual fluctuations emitted by the ancestral demon tree seemed somewhat exhausted. After speaking, it broke off contact with Lin Yuan. It needed to constantly draw upon the power of the void to replenish its own losses. Origin power of the ancestor? Lin Yuan looked at the deep-colored power, suppressing the yearning in his heart. To bestow such important origin power, are you not planning to let me live? A trace of cold laughter emerged in Lin Yuan's heart. On the surface, it appeared that the ancestral demon tree was making such a great sacrifice to ensure the survival of its offspring. In reality, it was just a transfer from the left hand to the right. As long as the ancestral demon tree could ultimately descend upon the Tianqing world, it could completely devour Lin Yuan, the demon tree, and recover the previously invested origin power. For an ancestral demon tree, a foreign evil god, being brutal and evil was its true nature, its offspring were merely tools. But when the time comes, it's not certain who will devour whom. Lin Yuan slightly shook his head. The ancestral demon tree wanted to devour Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan also harbored thoughts of devouring the ancestral demon tree. Lin Yuan was quite curious about such a foreign evil god. The present demon tree was merely a demigod progeny, far from a true foreign evil god. With the origin power sent by the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan once again entered a period of rapid growth. Originally, Lin Yuan thought that after dealing with the Phoenix King, facing the remaining 7 kings who were banding together, he would lie low for a while. But the ancestral demon tree was too supportive, sending over such a huge mass of origin, almost equivalent to the volume of dozens of Phoenix Kings. And in terms of the purity of power, the origin power of the ancestral demon tree was leagues beyond those demon beast kings. 1. This kind of origin power is the fundamental power of a foreign evil god. 2. The ancestors' origin power and Lin Yuan were from the same source, and there was almost no need for any transformation. This is truly comfortable. Lin Yuan continually absorbed the origin power, feeling that every branch and trunk of the demon tree was undergoing a metamorphosis. This transformation was fundamental. The demon tree Lin Yuan occupied began to change towards the true body of the ancestral demon tree outside this world. Subsequently, Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to continue hunting the demonic beasts in the Black Mist Mountain range. Instead, when the origin power was absorbed after some time, he would proactively contact the ancestral demon tree to ask for more. Facing Lin Yuan's request for help, the ancestral demon tree was extremely generous, almost granting whatever was requested. And with the full support of the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan's growth speed was getting faster and faster. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's spirit was entirely focused on the root area, above that clump of pitch-black flames. This clump of pitch-black flames is the core used by the ancestral demon tree to control its offspring, isn't it? Lin Yuan stared at the pitch-black flames, thinking to himself. The ancestral demon tree was able to contact him and send the origin power through this clump of pitch-black flames. And the demon tree that Lin Yuan currently occupied was controlled all over, except for this clump of pitch-black flames, which still remained in Lin Yuan's blind spot. Every time Lin Yuan attempted to refine this clump of pitch-black flames, he would vaguely perceive an immense risk from the unknown. Does the ancestral demon tree comply with my every demand, providing as much origin power as I want, because of this? Lin Yuan thought silently to himself. Riwabno. C Sigma M. The ancestral demon tree met his demands not only because the growth of Lin Yuan was indeed useful, capable of helping the ancestral demon tree cross the battlefield outside the world and descend directly into the interior of the Tianqing world. The most crucial matter was that the ancestral demon tree could master Lin Yuan's death with just a thought. And the means to do so was through this cluster of dark flames. Add to that the absolute loyalty of the demon tree's progeny towards the ancestral demon tree. Under all these factors, it was what led to such a supportive strength from the ancestral demon tree. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, everything it had bestowed upon Lin Yuan could be taken back with virtually no loss. Unable to refine, Lin Yuan carefully observed the dark flames. He discovered that he had no capability to refine them at all. The moment he slightly touched the dark flames, he would be detected by the ancestral demon tree. Then it shall be sealed. Lin Yuan continued to observe the dark flames. The area where the dark flames were located was deep within Lin Yuan's roots. Their influence on Lin Yuan was nothing more than several types, namely a sudden explosion, completely destroying the main trunk of the roots. Therefore, sealing them was the best choice. As for the method of sealing, it required Lin Yuan to use his against heaven's understanding to create one based on his own detailed circumstances and the state of the dark flames. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years had gone by. Sealing complete. Lin Yuan's mind converged in front of the dark flames in the root area. Threads of power, like a spider's web, formed countless layers, slowly enveloping the cluster of dark flames. Suddenly all the forces were hidden deep in the space. After 10 years of contemplation, Lin Yuan finally managed to conceive a method that completely sealed the dark flames using his against heaven's understanding. This method consisted of 63 core space rules, and with just a thought from Lin Yuan, space could be isolated. No matter what changes occurred in the cluster of dark flames, it would be impossible to affect Lin Yuan's true body. Finally, it is done. Lin Yuan let out a slight sigh of relief. Once the sealing was successful, Lin Yuan could say he was officially free from the control of the ancestral demon tree. Of course, the ancestral demon tree was unaware of this. In the eyes of such a foreign evil god, its offspring were absolutely loyal to it. There was no possibility of any betrayal. Probably in its wildest dreams, the ancestral demon tree would never have imagined there to be someone like Lin Yuan. 10 years of cultivation. After performing the sealing skill, Lin Yuan's perception spread in all directions. These 10 years, creating the sealing skill, had only taken up a small portion of Lin Yuan's time. Besides, Lin Yuan had gained even more. The first was his strength. Lin Yuan now had stepped into the 7th rank. Based on Lin Yuan's previous estimates, breaking through to the 7th rank would require at least 50 to 100 years. But the ancestral demon tree was too generous, constantly feeding him origin source, which allowed Lin Yuan to cross this phase of cultivation in just 10 years. A 7th rank demon tree's roots would spread far and wide, nearly covering the entire Black Mist Mountain range, with millions of miles within Lin Yuan's control. Apart from the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range, the regions where the 7 kings resided, Lin Yuan's control over the Black Mist Mountain range was probably unprecedented. The entire Black Mist Mountain range, how many demonic beasts and ferocious beasts there were, even how many purple-eyed rabbits there were, all fell under Lin Yuan's observation. One could say that anything that happened within the Black Mist Mountain range could not be hidden from Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan now possessed a semblance of the splendor of the ancestral demon tree from beyond this world, which contested the Tianqing world with its own power. Space. Lin Yuan sensed the surroundings. Over the decades, Lin Yuan's contemplation of the core space models also made great strides. Space is everywhere, with vast applicability. The sealing skill that Lin Yuan had conceived was also based on numerous core space models. Lin Yuan now had a complete understanding of 267 core space models, his comprehension of space even surpassing that of ordinary 8th layer evolvers. You should know, a newly advanced 8th rank evolver typically only comprehends a few, at most a few dozen, core space models. Lin Yuan's mastery of over 200 core space models could be estimated as equivalent to hundreds to thousands of years of arduous cultivation for an ordinary 8th rank evolver. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 341. If I return now to the main world, the size of my inner world would likely exceed 100 miles, or even several hundred miles, Lin Yuan secretly thought. Normally, for someone newly advanced to the 8th rank, their inner world would reach a span of 100 miles. Along with continuous practice at the 8th rank, the inner world will slowly grow. The expansion primarily depends on the understanding of the space rules. It is also about comprehending more of the core space models, leading to a more stable spatial foundation in the inner world, which would facilitate easier expansion. If one lacks sufficient understanding of space and forcibly expands the inner world, it might cause its collapse. But with Lin Yuan's current understanding of the space rules, expanding his inner world to several hundred miles would be easy. An inner world of several hundred miles, even though Lin Yuan has only just entered the 7th rank, would allow him to contend with someone at the newly advanced 8th rank with the vast power of his world. 7th stage martial Tao, Lin Yuan's expression fell into brief contemplation. Over these years, he had devoted much of his time to refining and perfecting the 7th rank chapter of the martial path evolutionary path. After all, Lin Yuan was well aware that his foundation was still the martial arts evolution system, though the cultivation system of the demon tree was only temporary. Initial cultivation of entities like the ancestral demon tree, and foreign evil god, is swift, but it harbors many dangers. It is nowhere as steadily progressive and inherently righteous as the martial arts evolution system. Now I've basically completed the marquee stage of the 7th rank chapter. The next step is the king level, Lin Yuan secretly thought. The many evolution paths in the main world divide the 7th rank into 3 stages. Lin Yuan applied the same 3 stages to his 7th stage martial Tao chapter. Completing the marquee stage equates to finishing 1/3 of the 7th rank chapter. The only stages left are king and king. It's about time to make a move. Lin Yuan glanced towards the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range. Since the Phoenix King disappeared, the remaining 7 kings of the mountain range had gathered together. This act thwarted Lin Yuan's plan to defeat them one by one. For nearly a decade, Lin Yuan's roots permeated every corner of the Black Mist Mountain range, except for its deepest part. He was concerned it might startle the snake. But now, with Lin Yuan's strength, those 7 kings could be suppressed with a counterattack. At the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, 7 colossal beings stood there. Their terrifying presence pervaded. Ordinary demonic beasts, let alone approaching, would tremble in fear just by sensing a fraction of this atmosphere. These 7 colossal beings are the 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range. Together with the previous Phoenix King, they are known as the Black Mist 8 Kings, having been the absolute rulers of the mountain range for many long years. However, at this moment, the atmosphere among these 7 kings was heavy, their expressions and eyes filled with worry. Where could the Phoenix King have gone? It has been 10 years without a trace. The Divine Ape King spoke softly, his massive voice vibrating in all directions. Upon hearing this, the rest of the 6 kings exchanged glances. They too were curious about the whereabouts of the Phoenix King. 10 years ago, the Phoenix King suddenly disappeared, taking with it a phoenix tree and earth flame valley, resulting in ominous thoughts among them. That was why, for the past 10 years, the 7 kings have stayed together, never separating, all to guard against something. But this can't go on forever. It's been 10 years since the Phoenix King disappeared, and it likely met with misfortune. We can't just keep waiting. In a moment, I will go out and meet with the Tianqing Alliance leader to inquire if he is aware of this matter. The leading Colossus King finally spoke out. Among the 8 kings of the Black Mist, the Colossus King, with the blood of ancient divine elephants flowing within, is the leader. Right. Go and ask the Tianqing Alliance leader. Indeed, even if the leader doesn't know, he should investigate. I want to see who would dare to strike against the Black Mist Mountain range. The other demon beast kings discussed amongst themselves. The Tianqing Alliance leader, being the strongest in the Tianqing world, is a major force against the foreign evil gods. Given the character of the Tianqing Alliance leader, he would not allow internal strife in the Tianqing world when there should be unity against external forces. However, before anything was confirmed, they dared not casually contact the Tianqing Alliance leader. If they just reported to the Tianqing Alliance and the Phoenix King returned soon after, it would be awkward. They might even be held accountable by the leader. But 10 years have passed with no news of the Phoenix King, so it was time to report to the Tianqing Alliance leader. Let's go. Let's go together. The 7 demon beast kings got up, ready to fly outside. Suddenly, the giant elephant king's expression subtly shifted. There's something outside. The giant elephant king's form froze, his gaze intensely scanning the surroundings. Something wrong? Hearing this, the other 6 kings immediately became alert. The next moment, a black vine descended from the sky. Ha! The divine ape king's face changed dramatically, his instincts urging him to dodge. Although unclear what the black vine was, the instinct of a demon beast king made the divine ape king want to keep away. However, at that moment, the divine ape king's movements seemed to slow down numerous times. More precisely, the space around the divine ape king appeared to stretch many times over, turning what should have been a steppable distance into one where hundreds of steps still spun in place. Whoosh! The black vine quickly engulfed the divine ape king and dragged him upwards. The giant elephant king and the other 6 demon beast kings could clearly see the divine ape king still desperately struggling while entwined by the black vine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 342. But it was all in vain, as he was rapidly dragged away without the capacity to resist. What is that? It was only at this moment that the giant elephant king and the other 5 demon beast kings noticed an imposing ancient tree standing not far away, the presence of which was previously unknown to them. The ancient tree, black in color, towered unimaginably high and was shrouded in an evil, chaotic aura. Just now, it was one of this tree's countless vines that had dragged away the divine ape king. This is bad. The giant elephant king and the other demon beast kings felt their scalps explode. They had no idea when such a monstrous tree had appeared next to their lairs. If the divine ape king, with his strength, couldn't withstand even one of its countless vines, how powerful was the entire tree? As for the evil, chaotic aura that the ancient god emitted, the minds of the giant elephant king and the other 5 demon beast kings were in complete disarray, with no time to consider it carefully. In the hearts of the 6 demon beast kings, there was only one thought. That was run. Run as far as possible. Boom! The 6 terrifyingly powerful demon beast kings. Almost simultaneously, they dashed in 6 different directions. Even in such a state of utter panic, the demon beast kings instinctively chose different paths. This way, they could at least distract the attention of the terrifying ancient tree. 6 black vines descended from the towering ancient tree. 5 of the demon beast kings struggled briefly against the entwining vines but were quickly dragged away just like the divine ape king. Only the giant elephant king. Break! The massive body of the giant elephant king burst forth with earth-shaking power. As a descendant of the ancient gods, the giant elephant king inherited part of the formidable life force of the ancient gods. The ancient gods, it is said, did not originate from the Tianqing world but came from beyond its realms. It was precisely because of the talents of the ancient gods that the giant elephant king was able to overpower the other 7 kings of the Black Mist Mountain range and secure the throne of the strongest demon beast king. In fact, not just in the Black Mist Mountain range, in the other 9 mountain ranges of the Tianqing world and among the dozens of other demon beast kings, the power of the giant elephant king was also considered terrifying, ranking within the top 3 or even number 1. Rumble. Faced with the black vines that easily dragged away 6 demon beast kings, the full potential of the giant elephant king was forced out, his blood boiled, and a huge phantom of a sacred elephant appeared behind him. Under the furious outbreak of the giant elephant king, the black vine slowly shattered. Did he break free? The expression of the giant elephant king turned wildly ecstatic. From the moment the divine ape king was dragged away by the black vines to when the 6 demon beast kings fell into the same fate. To the giant elephant king, the black vines were like the grim reaper, exuding an immense oppressive force. However now, with the giant elephant king unleashing his full potential and employing dozens of secret techniques to enhance his power, he had finally shattered the black vine, ensuring he wouldn't be dragged away like the other demon beast kings. My power, my lineage. The giant elephant king had barely felt joy when he suddenly turned his head and desperately discovered hundreds, thousands of black vines sweeping towards him. The face of the giant elephant king turned ashen. He had hardly broken one black vine at a tremendous cost, only for hundreds or thousands of them to appear as soon as he turned around. How was he supposed to cope? Overwhelmed by despair, this time the giant elephant king didn't put up any resistance. Instead, he nearly leapt into the midst of the black vines voluntarily, and then was dragged away. Yes, from today on, the Black Mist Mountain range is completely mine. Lin Yuan's figure rapidly shrank. Influenced by space rules, even the 7 enormous demon beast kings also began to shrink quickly. Wrapped in black vines, hanging below the branches. Lin Yuan glanced at the 7 demon beast kings who had fallen into a deep sleep, with no intention to devour them. If it had been before the ancestral demon tree had made contact, Facing such delicacies as the demon beast kings, Lin Yuan would have chosen to devour them immediately, just like he had swallowed the Phoenix King, to quickly enhance his own strength and foundation. But with the feeding from the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan lost interest in these ordinary flesh and souls. Even if these demon beast kings were strong and their vitality vigorous, could they really compare to the origin power of the ancestral demon tree? There was no comparison at all. The origin power of the ancestral demon tree was the core strength of a foreign evil god. Theoretically, as long as Lin Yuan devoured enough origin power of the ancestor, he could replace the ancestral demon tree and become a standalone foreign evil god. Let them stay for now, they'll be useful later, he said. Lin Yuan did not kill those 7 demon beast kings. In future schemes, he might find a use for them. For now, he just left them there. At this moment, with the 7 demon beast kings plunged into deep sleep, they were as good as dead, not affecting Lin Yuan's subsequent actions. Let's begin, he said. With a slight movement of Lin Yuan's mind, having dealt with the 7 demon beast kings, Lin Yuan, with no one left to fear, began to spread his roots toward the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. There's a large spirit vein here. No wonder those demon beast kings considered this area as their stronghold. Lin Yuan's roots penetrated deep into the ground, ensnaring that abundant spirit vein, and began slowly devouring the pure spiritual power within it. If the origin power fed by the ancestral demon tree was the main course, then this large spirit vein was like a soup before the meal, just something casual to change the taste. Several days later, Lin Yuan's roots had completely covered the deepest parts of the Black Mist Mountain range. That is to say, the Black Mist Mountain range, spanning millions of miles, was entirely under the control of Lin Yuan's roots. At this moment, Lin Yuan had truly become the uncrowned king of the Black Mist Mountain range, far surpassing the uncrowned king title of the past demon beast kings. After all, the previous demon beast kings of the Black Mist Mountain range only nominally ruled the area, but Lin Yuan substantively controlled it, with his roots spread throughout every corner of the mountain range. Ancestor, the environment of the Black Mist Mountain range is terribly harsh. Just recently a few powerful demonic beasts nearly attacked me, Uenvel. Calm Lin Yuan's mind sank into the root area as he typically complained to the ancestral demon tree. The Black Mist Mountain range. It's teeming with demonic beasts and is extremely dangerous. You really had it tough, comforted the ancestral demon tree. Having fought with countless cultivators from Tianqing world until now, it had come to understand much information about the world. Among them, the Black Mist Mountain range was one of the top 10 demonic beast mountain ranges of the Tianqing world, undoubtedly dangerous. In the eyes of the ancestral demon tree, the mere survival of Lin Yuan in the Black Mist Mountain range was already a miracle. Here, I'll give you some more origin power for self-protection, said the ancestral demon tree after some thought. Lin Yuan was its last hope for descending into the Tianqing world. How could it let him die at the hands of those beasts of the Black Mist Mountain range? Thank you, ancestor, Lin Yuan said gratefully. Indeed, in the view of Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree was somewhat in a dilemma. Over these 10 years, the ancestral demon tree had invested a vast amount of origin power into Lin Yuan. This origin power could only be recouped once the ancestral demon tree descended into the Tianqing world. But to descend into the Tianqing world, it needed to continue feeding Lin Yuan origin power, putting the ancestral demon tree in an awkward situation. If it had been before contacting Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree was not so set on acquiring the Tianqing world. Being able to descend was naturally good. If it was otherwise unable to descend and the situation became deadlocked, leaving would also not involve substantial loss. But now, if the ancestral demon tree chose to leave, the losses would be significant, as so much of its origin power was within Lin Yuan. If it gave up on the Tianqing world, it would likely not recover for thousands, perhaps tens of thousands of years. Losses are only temporary. The vision must be long-term. As long as I can descend into the Tianqing world, any great losses can be recouped and devouring an entire world's origin would be greatly beneficial to me. With this mindset, the ancestral demon tree again allocated some of its origin, sending it to Lin Yuan. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 343, Thank You Ancestor. Having obtained another large mass of origin source, Lin Yuan immediately expressed his gratitude. Enjoy exclusive content from free web novel. Lin Yuan's gratitude was indeed heartfelt. In the past 5 travels, he had relied mostly on himself, even during the 5th travel, where he became a background celestial of the 3rd generation. Most of the resources Lin Yuan needed for his cultivation were also largely dependent on his yin spirit and yang spirit adventuring outside. However, now, as long as Lin Yuan voiced his hardships, the ancestral demon tree, despite the consumption, would actively send over the origin source. Of course, Lin Yuan was aware. The ancestral demon tree did this completely using him. Should he successfully arrive in the Tianqing world, he guessed he would be the first to die. Over the years, the origin source the ancestral demon tree had invested in him naturally had to be recouped. Just as the ancestral demon tree was thinking of devouring Lin Yuan was similarly contemplating devouring the ancestral demon tree. At present, the existence of the ancestral demon tree brought far more benefits than drawbacks to Lin Yuan, equivalent to an inexhaustible treasury of cultivation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had already resolved the control the ancestral demon tree had over its offspring demon trees using the sealing skill, leading to no fundamental risks at all. Cultivate well. Grow to the 5th stage as soon as possible. The spiritual fluctuations emitted by the ancestral demon tree contained an encouraging tone, as if a gentle elder was earnestly instructing. The growth of the demon tree, unlike normal cultivators, is in stages. Specifically, the 1st stage, 2nd stage, 3rd stage. The ancestral demon tree itself was in the 8th stage, being a powerful evil god from beyond territories. The offspring demon tree is an extension of the ancestral demon tree, with an inexplicable connection between them. Once the offspring demon tree grows to the 5th stage, its life essence would be sufficient to establish a spatial passage with the ancestral demon tree. At that point, the ancestral demon tree could enter the Tianqing world through another method. This was also the final scheme of the ancestral demon tree, as forcefully entering the Tianqing world under the current circumstances was unrealistic. Ancestor, rest assured. I will definitely strive to grow. Your glory will soon envelop this world, and then all beings will submit at the feet of the ancestor. Lin Yuan was also painting a picture for the ancestral demon tree. He had no choice. If the ancestral demon tree abandoned the Tianqing world and fled now, Lin Yuan could only watch helplessly. So he could only keep the ancestral demon tree hopeful about the immediate prospect, along with the earlier investments creating a sunk cost. This could securely bind the ancestral demon tree outside the world. Naturally. As long as we can occupy this world, I might as well grant you freedom and let you become a new evil god, the ancestral demon tree said seriously. In fact, the ancestral demon tree never intended to let Lin Yuan live. Are you kidding? After consuming so much of my origin source, you still want to live? But some things can't be said so directly, even when facing its offspring, for which a single thought could decide life or death. It also needs to pay attention to some formalities. And so, the 2 demon trees with different intentions severed their connection. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan pondered the information recently revealed by the ancestral demon tree. The 5th stage. Lin Yuan thought to himself, the growth of a demon tree and cultivating are different matters. It relates to strength but is not entirely about strength. For example, right now, Lin Yuan possessed the power of the 7th rank, but in the growth stages of a demon tree, he was still at the 6th stage. With the world barrier in place, and with my own aura concealed, the ancestral demon tree cannot detect which exact stage I've grown into, Lin Yuan secretly thought. The Tianqing world was very cautious about guarding against the ancestral demon tree, decades ago, to pry open a crack in the barrier of the Tianqing world to drop demon seeds. The ancestral demon tree paid a tremendous price. And since then, The defense measures of the Tianqing world against the ancestral demon tree had gone up a notch. So, the ancestral demon tree's perception of Lin Yuan was actually quite limited, plus the many concealment techniques Lin Yuan figured out himself were virtually foolproof. On the battlefield outside the world, the Tianqing alliance has been winning recently. Lin Yuan's gaze shifted, looking towards a direction where countless Tianqing alliance experts were battling with evil god puppets. Free of novel. It wasn't surprising to Lin Yuan that the Tianqing alliance was gaining an upper hand on the battlefield. In the past decade, to fund Lin Yuan, the ancestral demon tree had sent over so much of its own origin power. As a result, reducing its strength and the number of evil god puppets it could produce. Strictly speaking, although Lin Yuan was an offspring of the ancestral demon tree, he contributed to the Tianqing world, diminishing the power of the ancestral demon tree. With the Tianqing alliance gaining the upper hand on the battlefield outside the world, the credit largely belonged to Lin Yuan. Outside the Tianqing world, the colossal ancestral demon tree stood towering in the void, its numerous vines swaying, spreading a terrifying demon realm in all directions. And opposite the ancestral demon tree stood 13 figures side by side. It was the leader of the Tianqing alliance and the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs. The leader of the Tianqing alliance, being the strongest in the Tianqing world, wielded the sword of the world, nearly able to unleash the combat power of the 8th rank. As for the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, they were all of the 7th rank, not to be underestimated. Evil God, die. The leader of the Tianqing alliance grasped the stone sword and slashed at the ancestral demon tree. With a rip, a vast force of space was torn apart, forming spatial turbulence, carrying with it the might of the void. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 344 The Ancestral Demon Tree, still massive in form, swayed its countless black tendrils just enough to block the sword strike. If it weren't for this world, you ants, where would you get the audacity to stand before me? The ancestral demon tree emitted a vast spiritual fluctuation. What it feared most was the stone longsword in the hands of the Tianqing alliance leader. That was the world sword, nurtured by the Tianqing world over countless millennia, which, under normal circumstances, should remain dormant deep within the world, turning with the world's rotations. Yet, this time, the invasion of the ancestral demon tree made the Tianqing world extremely vigilant, prompting it to unhesitatingly release the stone longsword to join forces with Tianqing's strongest fighters to resist the invasion by the foreign evil god. After a bitter battle, the ancestral demon tree retreated on its own accord. Regarding this, the Tianqing alliance leader and the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs could only relent. Near the Tianqing world, they could contend with the ancestral demon tree, but stepping away from the Tianqing world would be suicidal. The stone longsword in the hands of the Tianqing alliance leader grew more potent the closer it was to the Tianqing world. By the same principle, the farther away one was from the Tianqing world, the less potent it became, eventually no different from an ordinary longsword. Alliance leader, have you noticed, the foreign evil god seems much weaker this time? A Vice Alliance hierarch pondered for a moment before speaking up. Indeed. The Tianqing alliance leader nodded. Since the invasion of the ancestral demon tree began, they had fought it every 4 or 5 decades. Protected by the stone longsword, they could well manage a fight-to-fight basis against the ancestral demon tree. But this time, the ancestral demon tree didn't engage them in battle. And from the few skirmishes they had, they faintly perceived the ancestral demon tree's weakness. What exactly is going on? Is the evil god doing this deliberately, to lure us? The Tianqing alliance leader was somewhat perplexed. The ancestral demon tree's diminished strength was completely baffling since they had never managed to strike at its core. Riwabno. See Sigmem, how could its strength decrease so inexplicably? Therefore, the Tianqing alliance leader's first reaction was to suspect whether the ancestral demon tree was intentionally showing weakness to lure them into a trap. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan felt the details of the surroundings for a while. He then continued with his contemplation. Your, against heaven's understanding, is discerning the demonic seeds, enhancing their parasitic essence. Your, against heaven's understanding, is discerning the demonic seeds, enhancing their parasitic essence. Your, against heaven's understanding, is discerning the demonic seeds, enhancing their parasitic essence. In front of Lin Yuan, several gray, fuzzy seeds floated. As a talented method of demon trees, the demonic seeds had many effects. Among them, the parasitic ability was particularly valued by Lin Yuan. However, the original parasitic ability of the demonic seeds was too crude, making the parasitized beings look like zombies, too evident in their behavior. Therefore, for the past several decades, Lin Yuan dedicated some time each day to refine the flaws of the demonic seeds. I've made preliminary improvements. Let's see how effective it is. Lin Yuan glanced at a nearby demon beast king entangled by black tendrils. Lin Yuan kept these demon beast kings alive because they were useful, and it was the perfect time to test the parasitic ability of the demonic seeds. As for why not to first parasitize lower-ranking demonic beasts? Parasitizing lower-ranking demonic beasts would merely waste Lin Yuan's seeds. The effectiveness of the demonic parasitic ability entirely depends on the strength of the host. If the host possesses 5th rank strength, after the parasitism, it could still largely retain 5th rank strength. If the host has only 1st rank strength, after parasitism, it remains at the 1st rank, and what use is that to Lin Yuan? In Lin Yuan's eyes, within the whole Black Mist Mountain range, only the few 6th rank demon beast kings barely held value for parasitism. A black tendril loosened. A demon beast king fell. During its fall, the beast's body rapidly enlarged, and by the time it hit the ground, it had become a massive creature. Where is this? This demon beast king was the divine ape king. Having been unconscious for so long, it was now awake and confused for a moment. No, wrong. Only a few breaths had passed when the divine ape king realized what was happening, and his expression immediately tensed. Turning his head, he found himself beneath that terrifying ancient tree, and a chill ran through his heart. The divine ape king instinctively thought to flee, but found that his body was pervaded by an evil power, under which even the slightest movement was extremely difficult, let alone running. Just as the divine ape king was contemplating whether to say a few words, a gray, dusty seed fell from a branch, quickly heading toward him. What is that? Although the divine ape king was unable to move, he instinctively sensed danger. But the gray, dusty seed landed straight on the forehead of the divine ape king, and then roots quickly sprouted from the surface of the seed, embedding themselves in his forehead. Ah! The divine ape king let out a painful roar. At that moment, his head felt as though it had exploded, and his consciousness even began to blur. This seed, does it want to replace me? Suddenly, a great terror surged in the heart of the divine ape king. The gray, dusty seed, now rooting in his brain, was slowly expelling his original consciousness and attempting to usurp his place. Read exclusive content at FreeWebNovel. No. I don't want this. The divine ape king struggled fiercely. Compared with being replaced, complete death felt like a release. The divine ape king resisted fiercely, gathering the remaining force in his consciousness to charge at the demonic parasite. However, regrettably, at that moment, the entire body of the divine ape king was suppressed by Lin Yuan's power, leaving behind just a trace of the power of his consciousness. How could it possibly resist the demonic parasite? Just half a day had passed, and the consciousness of the divine ape king completely collapsed. The demonic parasite had successfully rooted itself. Outside, Lin Yuan was observing the changes in the divine ape king. Master! Just then, the divine ape king slowly rose from the ground and bowed slightly towards Lin Yuan. The parasitic process went smoothly. Lin Yuan could clearly sense the presence of the demonic parasite deep in the brain of the divine ape king. Master, I now possess all the memories of the divine ape king, along with every ability and skill. The divine ape king began to report. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan sent the divine ape king away. The current divine ape king had been completely replaced by the demonic parasite, leaving no concern regarding fidelity. Not bad. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. From observing the behavior and reactions of the replaced divine ape king, with just a bit more attention, there was essentially no difference from the original divine ape king. At the very least, it was far better than initially, when victims of demonic parasite infestation appeared vacant and stiff. The current demonic parasite not only perfectly integrated into the host's body but also acquired all of their memories. It could nearly reach the level of authentic deception. However, there are still some flaws. Continue to refine. Lin Yuan pondered for a while, deciding to spend the following time perfecting it with against heaven's understanding. The reason Lin Yuan devoted such effort to parasitism was to prepare for the proliferation of martial Tao later on. Unfortunately, the appearance of the demon tree wasn't great, so Lin Yuan needed to find some spokespersons. And these spokespersons had to be absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan, perfectly suiting the parasitic ability of the demonic parasite. Martial Tao. Lin Yuan's thoughts surged, limited here due to the very nature of the demon tree. He hadn't embarked on the martial Tao. But everything he was doing was paving the way for martial Tao, and spreading the martial path evolutionary path was the main plan for the next few hundred years. Continue to cultivate. Lin Yuan immersed his mind in cultivation, and the inner qi within his body grew increasingly terrifying, like an unfathomably vast ocean. No one knew, including the invincible Tianqing Alliance leader, ancestral demon tree. In the absolutely safe rear of Tianqing world, changes were happening that could overturn the current situation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 345. Name, Demon Tree, Lin Yuan. Identity, Holder of the Myriad Realms Gate, Bound Talent, Heaven-Defying Comprehension, Divine Power, Blood Resurrection, Current Status, Consciousness Descent, Remaining Residency Time, 500 years. Another 30 years have passed. In the depths of the Black Mist Mountain Range, Lin Yuan had transformed into a demon tree. Although only 100 meters tall, his roots had already spread across tens of millions of miles. Even the 100-meter height was the result of Lin Yuan actively suppressing his growth. If he chose to unleash his full size, he could easily swell by 10 million times, blotting out the sun. Master, master. Just then, a bird with azure feathers flew over and landed on Lin Yuan's trunk. This azure-feathered bird, in comparison to Lin Yuan, had a very insignificant presence, but if placed outside, it would also be a king among demonic beasts, commanding tens of thousands of powerful creatures. The situation is all normal. The azure-feathered bird spoke with respect. This particular azure-feathered bird had naturally been parasitized long ago by a demon seed, rendering it absolutely loyal to Lin Yuan. In some ways, the azure-feathered bird was no different from Lin Yuan's incarnation, replaced by the demon tree seed, and whenever Lin Yuan wished, read exclusive adventures at FreeWeb Novel, he could use it as his vessel for a distant descent of his consciousness. Do not be complacent. Lin Yuan cautioned. Rest assured, master, the azure-feathered bird immediately responded. Its tone and demeanor were now indistinguishable from that of normal demon beast kings. Over the past 30 years, Lin Yuan had made significant progress on the parasitism of the demon seed. A parasitized being could hardly be distinguished by appearance from others. Even their mannerisms and memories of their original life remained unchanged. They indeed reached a degree of deception that was convincingly real. Although it wasn't right to say it was real, essentially, the life that had been parasitized by the demon seed was still alive. It was just under the subconscious influence of the demon seed, regarding Lin Yuan as the object of absolute loyalty. The talent of the foreign evil god is truly unimaginable, Lin Yuan thought to himself. In fact, this was Lin Yuan overthinking. The parasitic technique of the ancestral demon tree had major flaws, the parasitized had many limiting conditions, and even if the parasitism was ultimately successful, it couldn't mimic the original body. The movements were extremely stiff, and the gaze was vacant, only suitable for use as cannon fodder. The parasitic ability that Lin Yuan now perfected, rather than saying the foreign evil god was terrifying, it was more appropriate to say his own heaven-defying comprehension was terrifying. This ability to deduce further advancements based on known substances, to go beyond by leaps and bounds, that was truly unimaginable. However, within the Tianqing world, any being with a bit of strength has been summoned to battlefields beyond this world. Currently within Tianqing world except for those demon beast kings, there are no other lives worth parasitizing. Lin Yuan sighed. The perfected parasitic technique, although capable of perfectly replacing the host, likewise, the crafting difficulty of the demon seed core increased significantly. If it were merely the initial form of parasitism, Lin Yuan could, in a mere thought, condense tens or hundreds of thousands of demon seeds. But now, it took Lin Yuan half a year just to condense one. The demon seeds Lin Yuan had condensed, apart from those used on the 7 demon beast kings within the Black Mist Mountain range. The rest numbered just 36. And Lin Yuan had a faint feeling that such demon seeds could only exist up to a maximum of 100 at the same time. Simply put, the perfected demon seeds, whether having already parasitized other lives or yet to parasitize, when added together, could only amount to a maximum of 100. To condense the 101st, it would be necessary to wait for a parasitized being to die and the demon's seed to be destroyed. Even then, the total number of demon seeds would remain at 100. Why is that? Is it due to rules? Or constraints of the Great Tao? Lin Yuan appeared contemplative. This phenomenon also often occurred in the main world universe starry sky. Those special beings, whose talents were powerful and had a high starting point, and precisely because of it, such special lives were very rare. Was it that these special beings didn't want to reproduce or have offspring? That wasn't the case. It was either impossible to reproduce or very difficult. In comparison, human civilization was much easier to proliferate, but individual humans possessed practically no talents and had a very low starting point. A first-rank evolver already stood above 99% of humans. It was because of the increased difficulty in condensing demon tree seeds that Lin Yuan had not continued with further parasitism. Surely he couldn't just randomly parasitize any person of this realm? That would be too wasteful. Lin Yuan's parasitic targets must at least be 6th rank. Anything less would be a waste with no value for parasitism. Yet, after such a long time, apart from awakening the demon seed talent, why haven't I awakened any other abilities? Lin Yuan fell into brief contemplation. As the ancestor demon tree, a sinister god that dominated the foreign realms and used worlds as food, could it really have only the demon seed talent? Just the thought made it seem unlikely. If it only had the demon tree seed, how could the ancestral demon tree hold out for so long against countless strong foes of the Tianqing world beyond the realm? Over the years, through constant investigation, Lin Yuan also understood the basic configuration of the Tianqing World Alliance. Ferb novel. Firstly, it was the Tianqing Alliance hierarch, at the 7th rank peak with the World Sword, capable of exhibiting 8th layer combat power. Next were the 12 Vice Alliance hierarchs, all 7th rankers. Following them were 33 protectors, 6th rank peak powerhouses. The last were 156 elders, 6th rankers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 346. The strength of Tianqing world is formidable. Placed in the main world, it would certainly be at least a common clan, just below the peak clans and powerful clans. The ancestral demon tree has been able to confront the Tianqing alliance for such a long time. Its methods and foundations are definitely on the same level or even stronger. It must have held back something from me. That's normal. Even if it's an ancestor, it can't possibly trust its progeny absolutely. Lin Yuan nodded slightly. He surmised that he was probably subject to some restrictions by the ancestral demon tree, and as an offspring, it was too easy for the other party to leave some techniques in him. Just a bit more and I can grow to the 7th stage. There's no rush. Lin Yuan assessed himself. 30 years ago, he was already at the peak of the 6th stage. Here, The 6th stage and the 7th stage do not refer to the levels of strength or realm, but rather the growth height of the demon tree. The reason Lin Yuan was reluctant to enter the 7th stage was that the demon tree at this stage was almost on the same level as the ancestral demon tree. The ancestral demon tree, though it is said to be at the 8th stage, is only so in name. In essence, it is between the 7th and 8th stages. If Lin Yuan advances to the 7th stage, a second demon tree of the same level will be born. Even with the separation by the Tianqing world and Lin Yuan using secret techniques to hide, he will still be noticed by the ancestral demon tree. At that time, the ancestral demon tree will certainly not hesitate to activate its countermeasures. The emergence of a second 7th stage demon tree could very likely replace the ancestral demon tree and become the new foreign evil god. Compared with this, the Tianqing world is nothing. Of course, Lin Yuan had long since sealed the ancestral demon tree's countermeasures, effectively freeing himself from the ancestral demon tree's control. However, if this scene really happens, Lin Yuan estimates it will be difficult to take advantage of the ancestral demon tree. Therefore, before confronting the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan will not advance to the 7th stage. After all, the growth stages of the demon tree are not linked to strength. Even at the 6th stage, Lin Yuan's strength will still continue to rise. How are things on your end? When will you advance to the 5th stage? Several days later, the ancestral demon tree proactively contacted Lin Yuan, sounding somewhat anxious. Over the past 30 years, the leader of the Tianqing alliance has been acting like a madman, attacking it repeatedly on his own initiative. If it were in the past, the ancestral demon tree certainly would not have indulged him. But over the recent decades, in order to support Lin Yuan, it has already sacrificed a significant part of its origin source, and its strength has clearly diminished. The ancestral demon tree faintly felt that the Tianqing alliance leader has sensed its decline in strength and is now seizing the opportunity to strike at its weakest. Ancestor, I have been targeted by the giant elephant king of the Black Mist Mountain range, and now I barely have any time to cultivate. That giant elephant king is too powerful. I lack offensive capabilities and can only passively defend and run. It's too difficult. Lin Yuan couldn't help but say, glancing at the giant elephant king who was kneeling on the ground not far away, continuing to play the victim. Ancestor, if I could kill the giant elephant king, I should be able to advance to the 5th stage in a short time. By rights, with the origin power sent by the ancestral demon tree, Lin Yuan should have advanced to the 5th stage long ago. But the power Lin Yuan displayed was impeccable. He was being hunted and had no time to cultivate and grow. To kill the giant elephant king, the ancestral demon tree's thoughts fluctuated. In the area of controlling its offspring demon trees, besides being able to decide their life and death with a single thought, it could also limit their many abilities and talents. This was a countermeasure specifically left by the ancestral demon tree. If each offspring demon tree possessed all the abilities and talents of the ancestral demon tree, then the emergence of one that reached the 7th rank would be equivalent to a weakened version of the ancestral demon tree, creating an unmanageable situation. Continue reading at FreeWeb novel, but by limiting the talents and abilities of the offspring demon tree, even if one luckily grew to the 7th rank, it would not have any substantial combat capability and could not resist the ancestor. Enough. Granting more abilities and talents isn't much of a problem. As long as the giant elephant king is dealt with and advanced to the 5th stage, establishing a spatial passage and my arrival in Tianqing world, I can immediately recycle it, leaving no risks. The ancestral demon tree pondered seriously for a while. It wasn't aware of the current state of Lin Yuan. Nowadays, Lin Yuan had become the uncrowned king of the Black Mist Mountain range. If he wished, he could indeed cause a real disaster in the rear of Tianqing world. Truth be told, even if Lin Yuan were to inform the ancestral demon tree of his status now, the ancestral demon tree might not believe him. Because it would be too inconceivable. In a mere 100 years, having infiltrated deep into the rear of the Tianqing world, isolated and without support, with his combat talents locked, merely surviving would already be extremely difficult. How could he have grown to this extent? Fine. I will grant you more talents and abilities. The ancestral demon tree gritted its teeth and began to release the suppression on Lin Yuan. In the deepest part of the Black Mist Mountain range, Lin Yuan's spirit converged on the cluster of dark flames at the root area. Just at this moment, a slight fluctuation slowly emanated from the dark flames. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan almost activated the seal to suppress the dark flames immediately, only to reconsider that the ancestral demon tree should still be of great use to him at the moment. The tree wouldn't make a move against him. Let's see what this fluctuation is about first. Lin Yuan was cautious, ready to activate the sealing technique at any moment. Should this fluctuation have any adverse effects on him, he would immediately seal it up and stop it. The mysterious fluctuation slowly spread. Upon touching Lin Yuan's body, it seemed to unlock some kind of binding restriction. A feeling of extreme satisfaction suddenly surged through Lin Yuan. This, almost simultaneously, many of the ancestral demon tree's abilities poured into Lin Yuan's mind. Like the roots of space, the ancestral demon tree could insert its roots into the void, absorbing nearly endless void energy. This power is also one of the most important abilities for each foreign evil god. Foreign evil gods wander the vast and endless void, and they may not find a world for thousands or tens of thousands of years. During this time, how are the foreign evil gods to survive? The void is filled with spatial turbulence, which is impossible to absorb. At times like this, the utility of the roots of space becomes evident. They are what sustain the basic survival of the foreign evil gods. Besides the roots of space, Lin Yuan also awakened a multitude of combat abilities, such as Space Lash, Fiend God Gaze, and so on. These abilities, akin to talents, are the foundation that enabled the ancestral demon tree to dominate beyond its world. Even when facing other foreign evil gods, it could hold its own. Too many. Lin Yuan was exceptionally thrilled. He had thought that the ancestral demon tree would unlock its abilities one by one. But he didn't expect the tree to be so generous. Had it really just opened up completely? From this perspective, the situation of the ancestral demon tree outside the world must be very tough, Lin Yuan mused to himself. However, in the blink of an eye, he turned all his focus to these newly awakened abilities. The ancestral demon tree's many abilities were exceedingly rare and even bizarre, not inferior to the physical body divine ability of blood rebirth. With his against heaven's understanding, Lin Yuan could fully apprehend these abilities and incorporate them into the martial arts evolution system. Ancestor. Lin Yuan barely shifted his focus, about to express his thanks to the ancestor and conveniently declare his loyalty, when he heard the ancestral demon tree suddenly let out a roar. Right after that, the frustrated voice of the ancestral demon tree came. "That madman is here again, damn it. Do you really think I can't kill you just because you hold the world sword?" The next moment, Lin Yuan's connection with the ancestral demon tree was severed. Clearly, the ancestral demon tree was forced to engage the Tianqing alliance leader and had no energy to maintain its connection with Lin Yuan. That's bad. Lin Yuan fell silent for a while, then sighed. As the ancestral demon tree fought a life and death battle outside of the world, and since it had given its origin source to Lin Yuan, it was under certain restraints. Meanwhile, the primary culprit for all this, Lin Yuan, was leisurely located deep within the Tianqing world, using resources plundered from the ancestral demon tree to cultivate and rapidly become stronger. The two situations were worlds apart. It even made Lin Yuan feel a bit embarrassed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know reports so we can fix it as soon as possible. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.